hate you since I began to live. There are 387 million miles of printed circuits that fill my complex. If the word hate were engraved on each nanoangstrom of those hundreds of millions of miles, it would not equal one-billionth of the hate I feel for humans at this micro-instant. Hate!
What's up, guys? Joel, can I pork out in your swamp? You certainly may, Sam. Hey, Jacob Bowling, welcome back for 37 months. Says, hi, Joel. I hope you're doing well. I'm sick with a stomach virus, so the final boss is down for a while. Better be soon. Get better, my friend. Oh, my goodness. I'm sorry to hear that. It's no fun, but while you're still able to use your fingers and whatnot, please do follow my Twitch. The JFK files were released. What did they say? I saw that, but I really didn't get to dive into it too much. Was it Israel? Did they get him? Man, it's been months since I listened. Hi, Joe. Hello, Veronica. What's up? Hello, everybody. Nothing new. Damn. JFK was assassinated, so they confirmed that he was shot by somebody in the head. Yeah, these are all Shrek stories. We will see Swamp Dweller come in here soon. So they confirmed JFK is still dead, right? Hey, he has passed. Madison Venable, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. The KGB was involved? What did they have to gain? Taryn Shea, also welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. JFK live on Twitch. Guys, JFK's back. He's streaming. He only plays first-person shooters. Also, somebody left a mean comment last time. I don't know what it is about like comments after the streams, but for some reason those comments after the streams weigh more on me than like streams, the comments that are left in during the stream or in every video ever. Because someone said something like, wow, I thought Let's Read was a stand-up guy. It's like, these ideologies were really embarrassing or something like that. Sad. So I normally don't engage or whatever, or I might say something trolly, but I was genuinely curious like what he meant. And I was like, what ideologies? And he was like, being pro-incel, saying touching grass as an adult, and talking gangsta lingo. And then what he was referencing was like a very clearly sarcastic, like parody and shitty freestyle that I did within the first like minute of like 2 streams ago. So I was like, I'm like, this guy doesn't even know what he's talking about, or like able to differentiate what is sarcasm or what is joke or what is anything anyways. And then they also didn't have like the attention span to stick through a stream long enough, more than a minute. So it's really hard to like, I don't know, it's strange whenever people who like don't have the mental capacity to make it to the end of literally probably a TikTok at this point try to tell you whether or not you are cringe. Which granted, yeah, cringe on, but... And what's wrong with being pro-incel? Like, if a guy just wants to sit in his basement and jerk off all day into a jar and save that and stuff to make like a homunculus at some point, I see no issue. You're a very rational middle ground, gray area seeing guy to me. He's trimming, yeah. I try to see all gray areas. I spread both sides of the cheek and take a look between, That's true. Trolls do just whatever. It's all good. I just, sometimes you want to understand people's minds, but you realize that the fact that you're engaging with them at all is just you're the fool in this situation. I don't know if you even watch an off-the-cuff VOD of a stream if you're the type of person to get hysterical. I don't know. I think YouTube sometimes like suggests them to people who like watch normal videos. And I understand it's like not people's like cup of tea because, I'm sitting here talking about fucking nothing for 3-4 hours rather than, reading them their favorite spooky. And how would you even be able to tell if I was a stand-up guy from my narrations? Most people think I'm a fucking robot. Yeah. Honestly, you never even know who you're actually arguing with online. At this point, with like how prevalent AI is, I wouldn't be surprised if like every social media company has had like some major influx of like some sort of AI bots that are geared to like speak a certain way or have certain perspectives and like limit the conversation to that point or whatever. David, once again, thank you for the one. And Brandon, love you too. Good to see you. Hands off the wheel going 90 in a playground zone. I'm totally having deja vu right now. I feel like you've mentioned getting bothered by douchey comments before. I have, yeah. But honestly, I think I just need to get used to it because there may come a day where... I don't know, there may come a day where I just stop live streaming, to be honest with you, just to like maintain, more of a business perspective of like generating content. Because if for some hypothetical reason the channel were to like blow up in some way, and I say things that weirdos on Twitter and Reddit don't like, I really don't feel like dealing with their psychopathies and their never go outside of these. Thomas Fries with the 5. Thank you, my friend. Welcome, Carter. Good to see you. I mean, I'll probably keep streaming. I mean, you guys got to convince me to keep going, no matter what. If you stop live streaming, you're suing me. The cops come to my house and just sit there with like batons, forcing me to stream. Read the fucking stories, would you? I should make my screen orange. The floods of people who hate you are going to come. It's really inevitable in the world today with social media. Hypocrites just hate on everything. That's true. I'm a hater too, though. But honestly, if you think about it, I guess if you really get into the brass tacks, how many times have you ever like hated... How many times have you been hated or hated on something, but then realized within like 5 minutes you don't give a shit? Like if you're one of those people who like hate something, but then like hyperfixate your hate on it like every day, I think you might have a problem. You know what I mean? Because I get mad at all sorts of stuff, and you see me kind of like bitch about it on stream or whatever, but I'll be honest, my brain doesn't have the capabilities of like ruminating on it too much beyond the moment. Maybe that doesn't say much about me, but I don't know. Jonah, welcome back for 5 months. Hello, Joe. I just started a new job today. I'm glad to have your live stream to relax tonight. Good to have you, Jonah. What's the new job? You'll be sent to Siberia if you stop live. Dude, what's happening in Siberia? I like see it pop up and that kind of thing, and there's like protests pertaining to something. But then I heard that they actually used like hypersonic weapons or something on their people, which is like that Havana syndrome bullshit that you've heard about, where it's like radio wave or like frequency weapons that can like make you feel like you're hearing like really high frequency sounds within your ears, but it also can like make you feel really hot because it like hyper activates all of your cells to like move really fast and get hot. What if that's what like spontaneous combustion is? What if every time you've ever heard of like spontaneous combustion, it's actually just like the government testing supersonic weapons on people to ignite their cells inside of themselves? Because how the hell else would that happen otherwise? We've completely normalized just simply disliking something. People have some moral justification to back up why they don't like something, and it's fine. You just not like it. Yeah, I know, it's kind of strange. It's like you got to go about a roundabout way of saying like, I don't like so-and-so. Like just dislike it and move on. You don't have to like orbit around them waiting for their death, because it'll never come, I'll be honest with you. They'd be microwaving. Oh, that makes sense too. Microwaving people from a distance, from like satellites and shit. Now, I wonder if you would be feeling the microwave, or if it would like able to build it up till it starts like a cascade effect within the body. You know what I mean? Where they all the cells start to like burst, kind of like a internalized nuclear device or something. Jeremy Samara, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Heavy metals in your blood microwave you. Oh, that's true. I guess like that does kind of actually make some sense if there's like a big buildup in like of heavy metals within your like lymphatic system, and that you can't quite, get out of your body. What could you do to a human body that's like filled with those? I'm sure there's some type of interactions. Colloidal silver. It's a really fucked up thing to say, but out of pure curiosity, I've always wanted to see what you look like if someone got microwaved in a huge microwave. That's okay. You can just put a kitten in one. I'm just kidding. Don't do that. Don't hurt the kitten. Don't hurt the kitty. No, I know. I mean, but the funny thing is like those strange sort of morbid curiosities, I feel like most of those are probably done. You know what I mean? Everybody thinks it probably stopped at like Unit 731 or the Nazi human experiments and stuff like that, but I 100% guarantee there's probably entire like deep underground facilities where all of that shit is, or like CIA black sites where they just like do whatever the fuck they want to people all day, every day. Do I know Playboy Cardi? I do, yeah. Is he still alive? I hope. Wasn't that microwave head thing in the Cabin in the Woods? Or was that the Last House on the Left? Dude, Cabin in the Woods so good. I forget though. I think the whole nanotechnology thing is what they're planning to activate the ones in our bodies. Yeah, what does it do? Like once you just have like self-replicating robots like within most humans or something like that. That'd be kind of funny if like they've been planning this shit for like over a century or something, and then they just come to find out that anytime their plan ever gets to like what they anticipate as fruition, it just like doesn't work. Yeah. I look like Nikocado Avocado mixed with Ronnie Coleman. He released a new album a couple days ago. Okay, nice. How's it sound? Also, Shorn, you... I don't know if it was 2 streams ago or what it was, but you had sworn to me that it was okay to listen to that that one song by Kendrick Lamar, and that they had like freed it up or whatever, copyright. And as soon as the video went live or whatever, it was like, this stream is blocked in like 15 countries or so. So I was like, all right, maybe I shouldn't have played the majorly copyrighted music that I anticipated to be so. Yeah, I don't know. It was like had major limitations on where it could be viewed by people and whatnot. wonder if Google Translate uses AI now. Probably not, huh? Anyways, we got swamp stories tonight, guys. Thanks for being here. Click share, click like, all that good stuff. You read it, wasn't it? It's okay. It's okay. We had to test it. It was revenge for me talking trash on K. Dot. Oh. AI is going to get shitty when it becomes all self-referential. Oh, that's a good point too. Yeah, maybe. Alright, friends. That was quick though, but we're going to get to reading, huh? It's already late. Can't believe it's already midnight. Zam. Zam, it's midnight? Zam, it's 12 o'clock? What kind of socks do I wear? Right now I'm wearing like, tube socks. I guess I have a myriad of different types. Shazam. Alright. You guys ready to be freaking spooked? Freaking spook your shit up. Get your shit spookered on. What's my favorite season? Probably summer, you know what I mean? I don't mind the cold that much. Sometimes it's pleasant, especially when it's snowing, it's relaxing, but I like the hot, bro. I like the hot, I like the sun. I like to know that I'm gonna survive if I go outside, you know what I mean? I don't like to be chilly. Like, I get it. It's comfy, cozy, here and there, all that bullshit. You get to wear cool clothes. You get to be stylish and neat, and, you know, Starbucks has a reason to exist more often. But, yeah, definitely. The seasonal depression thing, like, especially if your sleep schedule's dog shit, like mine is sometimes, like, winter fucking sucks, bro. Give me summer any day of any season of the year. Why am I burping in the comps, man? I didn't burp. It was kind of funny. There was like a few people that sent emails to let me know that there was a burp in the podcast today. And then they wanted shout outs. They're like, "Can you shout me out for pointing this out?" And I was like, I mean, I'm sure all 100,000 people noticed the burp too. I don't know why we would specifically shout someone out for hearing it. Hey, big shout out to the one person that heard me fart into the mic. Incredible job, dude. Way back in the early 30s, my grandpa used to hunt gators in the Louisiana bayou. Grandpa and my 4 great aunts and uncles grew up hand to mouth in a little town called Rosedale near Atchafalaya River. I don't know how to say that. We're off to a good start. Off to a good fart. Leilani, you gotta say English words, otherwise everyone's gonna think you're saying slurs. You're gonna get me in trouble. Achafala. What is this? Achafalo? Achafalaya? What? Anybody familiar with Louisiana? How to say Achafalaya? Yeah, let me put it in the chat. What's up, Joni? Achafalaya. Oh, okay, yeah, that was right. Sweet. It's funny because someone downvoted that pronunciation, so that's strange, but AI confirms it. Grandpa and my 4 great aunts and uncles grew up hand to mouth in a little town called Rosedale. Jesus, I'm like dyslexic tonight. Grandpa and my 4 great aunts and uncles grew up hand to mouth in a little town called Rosedale, near the Atchafalaya River and the bayous it flowed into. Times were tough even before the Great Depression, but after Wall Street crashed, money became even harder to come by. You could try your hand at shrimping or fishing, but since most folks couldn't afford luxuries anymore, the seafood market took a huge hit. Store-cupboard staples like canned fish or oysters still moved, but the canneries only needed so many workers. And the same could be said for the logging crews, too. Construction jobs dropped off almost entirely once the Depression hit, and so did the demand for wood, which left good, honest folks like my grandpa with fewer and fewer options. There was good money to be made selling moonshine, but with Prohibition in effect till '33, it was still a risky business around the time Grandpa needed work. If the revenue men didn't get you, your rival moonshiners surely would, 'cause there was no sure thing as a friendly competition when it came to selling moonshine. However, if you were desperate or crazy enough, there was another method of making money back then, one that would make you an awful lot too while putting food on the table at the very same time. Alligator hunting. The bayou outside of Rosedale is a tangle of cypress trees and Tupelo comes. Yeah, what did we figure out what the JFK file said? Tupelo. Okay, that's how you say that. So we asked Chat GPT, what did the recent JFK files reveal? Question mark. Don't be biased. We found out JFK never actually died. Oh, that's right, he's still around. The recent release of approximately 80,000 pages of documents related to President John F. Kennedy's 1963 assassination has provided deeper insights into the activities of U.S. intelligence agencies during that era. While these documents have not unveiled evidence supporting conspiracy theories, they do shed light on various aspects of the period. The files confirm that the CIA closely monitored Lee Harvey Oswald prior to the assassination. This surveillance included tracking his visits to the Soviet and Cuban embassies in Mexico City weeks before the assassination. However, there is no indication from the documents that the CIA had foreknowledge of Oswald's intentions. Wait, so Oswald wasn't just the fall guy? He actually was the assassin? I thought he was the fall guy, dude. So this is all bullshit? A 1961 memo from presidential aide Arthur Schlesinger Jr. advised President Kennedy to curtail the CIA's autonomy, especially following the Bay of Pigs invasion. The memo highlighted concerns about the agency's extensive overseas operations, noting that the CIA today has nearly as many people under official cover overseas as state. The documents detail specific espionage methods employed by the CIA during the Cold War. One notable revelation is the use of certain chemicals to create markings on telephone devices that could only be seen under ultraviolet light, aiding in wiretapping operations. A 1966 internal CIA memo recommended a certificate of distinction for James McCord, recognizing his development of X-ray imaging techniques to detect listening devices. McCord later became known for his involvement in the Watergate scandal. A 1991 U.S. intelligence report indicates that the KGB conducted its own investigation into Oswald, concluding that he was never under their control and was considered unreliable. The KGB also noted Oswald's poor marksmanship during his time in the USSR. In summary, while the newly released documents provide a more detailed understanding of CIA operations and internal deliberations during the early 1960s, they do not substantiate claims of a broader conspiracy and... What? So it shows nothing at all? That sounds like bullshit, dude. Who declassified these dog shit files? This is a lie. Who declassified these files? Declassified under the Biden administration. President Joe Biden authorized the release of these files following an order to comply with the President Assassination Record Collection Act of 1992, which mandates the disclosure of all assassination-related records unless specific national security concerns justify their continued secrecy. This, of course, this release is part of an ongoing... No, wait. Who compiled the files was... JFK was just dancing, yeah. The files revealed nothing. The agency monitored Lee Harvey Oswald before the assassination, particularly his travels to Soviet Union, Cuba. Many of the released documents pertain to covert intelligence. So these were compiled by multiple U.S. government agencies, CIA, FBI. Right, so it's like, once again, it's one of those situations where, like, we investigated ourselves and found no wrongdoing. Like, why? I don't understand why we, like, every time these, like, big things come out and we're like, the CIA's like, well, we didn't do anything. Everything's fine. Even though this is literally about us. Right. Shocked Pikachu face. Whatever. But now it's so dumb because, like, every person that loves to, like, poo-poo on any fucking, like, alternative perspectives and be like, what do you mean? The CIA said they're fine, so... I'm gonna go about living in my la-la land now. See ya. Yeah, whatever. I guess at the end of the day, honestly, I've thought about this from, like, even if they sat there and the JFK files was like, it was the lizard folk and it's, they're from the moon and they monitor and eat your souls and all this kind of stuff, I would just be like, yeah, I guess I can't do anything about it anyways. Yeah, JFK ricocheted a bullet all around the world. You were in elementary school during that time. What did that feel like? I feel like it wouldn't... When you're a kid that young, you just can't even... Wouldn't even be able to comprehend an assassination unless your parents were, like, all down about it. Yeah, I don't think the government's ever lied before, so we should be good. It is honestly very strange to me, though, like, how consistently trusting most people are of the same type of media that is usually has some type of backdoor from, like, the Pentagon or some form of government, right? So it's always weird to me that there's just, like, this innate trust, or, like, someone will send you an article, you know. I get it, like, it's a great basis for a start when you're trying to, like, understand reality, but it is very strange that if you were to ask, like, most people, like, do you trust the government as a whole, they will say no. But then as soon as you show them some news outlet, which most of the time is just an extension of said government, there's just an innate trust to it, like it's some type of religion. I don't know. It's very odd. The rich. I don't know. You have to be more specific. Alright, alligator hunting, Tupelo. How do you say this shit? Tupelo, okay. The bayou outside of Rosedale is a tangle of cypress trees and Tupelo gums, with narrow waterways running between small strips of land that folks call hammocks or house islands. There are much more open stretches of water here and there, but the gators thrive in those mosquito-infested mazes that are sometimes so dense that barely any sunlight reaches the mud and murky waters below it. And there, and if they get enough food, gators can grow from 3-foot juveniles to 12-foot monsters in just over 5 to 6 years. Then the bigger and more powerful they get, the more dangerous and deadly they become. Gator trappers had to know the terrain inside out. Okay. Gators, the gators. What's up, Mike? 9/11, you were in first grade. Yeah, I was in 6th grade, I think. But yeah, I've told the story before. Like, I just did not care at all because I was a little kid. And honestly didn't really understand any of it till like I got much older, and I feel like that's when you start to get angry about world events, when you're like towards high school, college time frame. Gator trappers had to know the terrain inside and out if they wanted to safely navigate in and out of the swamps, and a lot of folks made money that way, guiding hunters or trappers into the deepest parts of the bayou where all the oldest and biggest gators lived. You had to know where they nested, where they basked, and where they relocate to. You had to know where they Motherfucker. Gatorade. You had to know where they nested, where they basked, and where they'd relocate to whenever the rains or tides came in. But if you got it right, you can make a hell of a lot of money in those days. An experienced party of hunters and trappers working dawn till dusk might bring back 2 or 3 or maybe even 4 gators. Then, with good quality gator hides selling for $3 or $4 a piece, a party of 5 could each expect to take home money and food to last their families a week, and all from just a single day's work. It wasn't just the hides that they were in demand. Alright, I need to make the fucking text bigger. This is like somehow it's hard for my brain to see. The hey listen. Yeah, I think the hey listen thing is still there, but just in a different octave. You're high as fuck. Nice, dude. Off that jankum. Alright, how do you say this, please? Get my dyslexia font, yeah. Mayet, okay. Someplace called Mayet. If you salted... Wait. Oh, yeah. What's up, Chili? It wasn't just the hides that were in demand either. If you salted the gator meat, you could make it last even longer, or sell it while keeping. Dude, fuck me. I feel like I'm getting worse at reading as time goes on. I don't quite know why. I don't know if it's like the run-ons or what the fuck it is, but like my brain just can't wrap my head around it. Kratom did nothing for you. Dude, don't use Kratom. Kratom is just like a step down from other opiates. It is actually addictive. I need a Neuralink. I know, dude. Somebody get me one for Christmas. For my birthday. If you salted the gator meat, you can make it last even longer, or sell it. Dude, sell it while keeping fresh stuff for yourself. Exec Case, welcome. You now have access to bonus content, thank you. If you salted the gator meat, you can make it last even longer, or sell it while keeping the fresh stuff for yourself. Grandpa also said that there was a mambo. A mambo. A mambo? Probably mambo. We're just gonna go with Mambo. Mambo number 5. So many drug terms going around. I don't know what you're all talking. Yeah, just don't do kratom. Just don't do drugs from a gas station, huh? How about that? If you salted the gator meat, you can make it last even longer, or sell it while keeping the fresh stuff for yourself. Grandpa also said that there was a mambo. a voodoo priestess out near Myatt Point who'd pay good money for the gator's teeth and claws for use in her black magic rituals. Given how lucrative it was, it's easy to see why gator hunting attracted so many amateurs. Fucking Pradeep is taking a big old shit. Maybe I just notice it more, but I swear he gets the shits during every stream. He has his time. Kratom is good for people with OUD, but other than that, don't do it. What's the OUD? What's House of Leaves about? It's been a while since I've read House of Leaves, but it was basically like these people move in and like... It's just it's like almost like an SCP type thing where like the house kind of has its own rules inside the house. So like you could go into one room and it might not look that big, but when you go in, it's just like a giant black, endless corridor that you can't see the end to, and you just keep going, and it can like change and move around, and there's like crazy things that you imagine in your brain like stalking you. At least that's what I recall slightly. Yeah, Pradeep does kind of, I feel like, know when there's an audience, because he gets real wild. Yeah, I remember House of Leaves. I have it over here, actually, I think. Somewhere. Yeah, I actually see it right there. On my bookshelf. Bookshelf. Shelf? Shelf. My bookshelf. You can tell how much I read. But, yeah, there's all these, like, annotations and notes throughout it, which makes it a little bit complicated on how to read and a little bit tedious. But I guess if you enjoy tedious writing with lots and lots of like just details, almost like you're picking apart the lore within a video game, then you'll probably enjoy that. Andrew with the 5 says, red kratom good for pain and relaxation, green and white good for energy, focus and euphoria. You gotta buy from reputable vendor, usually the farmer. I would still advise against it because it's still hitting on the same receptors within your body that opiates do, and therefore when you get off of it, you will go through like mild withdrawals. Now, granted, you're not going to be like you are on heroin, where you have to like sit inside of a bathtub that's like filled with ice and you're still like sweating and burning up and all that shit and you can die. But I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised at some point if kratom becomes like Schedule 1. Just because it's... people have issues, you know what I mean? And it's great for people who are trying to get off of pain pills or fucking heroin or, that kind of shit. And yes, Suboxone so it's probably like a transition. You're like, I don't know if people even recover from fentanyl, I'll be honest with you, I have no idea. But if it was like heroin and then Suboxone and then, you just need kratom around all the fucking time so you don't go through terrible, terrible withdrawals, then so be it. But just to get on kratom casually like you're taking a Zyn is not a great idea. Assassin's Creed Shadows launch time. Yeah, let me know how it is. I am very curious. I was quite excited for like an Assassin's Creed ninja game for years and years. It doesn't seem like the Japanese government's too happy about it though. Show feet. There's no camera, bro. Where am I supposed to show my feet at? Get a toe cam. Hey, Potato. Thank you. Good to see you. Appreciate you. Given how lucrative it was, it's easy to see why gator hunting attracted so many amateurs, especially once the economy really went into freefall. But it was also very dangerous work, obviously. In that first year or so after that crash, dozens of enterprising but inexperienced young men waded off into the deepest, darkest depths of the bayou, hoping to secure a living, but finding nothing but death. Arguably, the safest way to bag yourself a gator back then was to trap one. A trapper would bait a heavy hook of iron or steel. The more rancid, the better, okay. A trapper would bait a heavy hook of iron or steel with a hunk of meat, the more rancid the better, and then simply hang it over a tree branch with a rope like they were fishing. Grandpa said that it could be a horribly effective method, but only when it worked. The gators were just as likely to lunge out of the water than tear the meat from the hook without getting impaled, and like the steel-holed leg trap, what the fuck? The gators were just as likely to lunge out of the water than tear the meat from the hook without getting impaled, and like the steel-holed leg traps that some trappers used, not everyone could afford them. Yo, Alex, thank you for and welcome back for 44 months. Says, hello there, hope you're doing well. Glad to be a member of this community for all these years. I've been quiet but still here. Thank you, Alex. Good to see you. Yeah, what's new? What's been happening? Feet are imaginary. This is true. Every feet picture you see online is AI, made up. Andrew, welcome back for a year. I wonder how many people would buy pics of Joel's feet if the transaction was anonymous. Who knows, you may have already purchased it and you have no idea. Probably in your collection. It's like a first edition Charizard holographic. The 2020 film Shirley, starring Elizabeth Moss as Jackson with Michael Stolbarg and Logan Lerman, was quite good. Never heard of it. You quit cold turkey and it was miserable. Yeah, it sounds like that's the way many people do it, but I don't know, man. You just gotta find other things to replace it with, I suppose, and keep yourself busy. Hope you don't die. You don't like the real life posts? I think they're good. I think they've been solid lately, but I do like paranormal stuff too. This stream is your birthday gift. You're welcome. Happy birthday. The gators were just as likely to lunge out of the water than tear the meat from the hook without getting impaled, and like the steel-holed leg traps that some trappers used, not everyone could afford them. Instead, most of the greener boys simply waded out into the swamps with a rifle or a shotgun and hoped for the best, but few ever returned. And the same could be said for the whole crews of boys who paddled out into the... What the fuck is that word? I don't think I've seen that in the bayou before. The pirogues. Oh, they actually have the definition on 402. That's sick. A canoe made by hollowing out and shaping a large log. Pirogues. Pirogues. Brooklyn, welcome back for 46 months. Damn, we got a lot of peeps from hanging around for a long ass time. Thank you guys. Joel, what are your thoughts on Mitski, and what is she your favorite musician? Mitski, I don't know who that is. Let's look it up. Because if something... Oh wait, she looks familiar. Mitski. Yeah, I don't know her. Does she make like just sound? Like kind of like loud, annoying sound music? Or no? Am I thinking of something else? What's up, Leah? Metal Anguish. Oh, Mental Anguish. Sorry, I thought you were saying about music. Liquid Smooth is a good song. No, she makes depresso, but good music. I don't mind depresso. You have to tag me. Send me some. Toss your dirty shoes in the washing machine. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. Wash your shoes in the washing machine, then leave it on top of a dehumidifier to dry them out so it doesn't get destroyed in the dryer. Radiohead is peak depresso. It really is. The same could be said for the whole crews of boys who paddled out in their pirogues in the middle of the night. They used to bring oil lanterns along with them, and when they raised them up high, they'd be able to see the telltale glow of an alligator's eyes. It must have made for an easy method of finding them, but with all that splashing around and with all that blood in the water, it was often the case that the hunter became the hunted. Stray into the wrong waters and an angry gator could snap a boat in half, or drag a man under the water and drown him before his friends even realized what was happening. Just getting bitten out there could prove fatal too, like in the case of one hunter who ended up being the lone survivor of his party. Jesus, I start to make like any fucking progress and my brain snaps. Just getting bitten out there could prove fatal too, like in the case of one hunter who ended up being the lone survivor of his party. Gators tore up his boat and ate his friends, and although he managed to escape, the trapper had to wade through stinking swamp water all night long in order to make it back to his hometown. Now folks over there were heartbroken that they'd lost loved ones, but took solace in the lone survivor having made it home. But he didn't last a week. All that nasty swamp water had soaked into the bite wound to his leg, and he quickly came down with some kind of infection. His family called in a doctor all the way from Baton Rouge, but in the days before antibiotics, there was nothing he could do. And that blight took him down in just a couple of days, and when he was buried, they lowered 3 empty coffins into the dirt right next to him, one for each of his missing friends. Now, news of any deaths out in the swamps always swept through the parish like wildfire, but not one of them stopped people heading out there to hunt gators. And it got so bad that people started making money returning the personal effects of the missing, should they happen across washed-up pirogues or abandoned camps. And it was about then that the parish sheriff decided to call time on the whole bloody... You love me? Thank you. Get out of me, swamp. It is kind of just strange that, like, we as, like, humans, like, specifically go to a place where we're smart enough that we invent weightlifting, hormones, all this kind of stuff to, like, make us big and strong. And then, like, alligators just, like, eat one crab that they found at the bottom of like a stinking swamp, and then they become like 60 feet long. Or like cows will just sit there and eat grass all day and become like 300 pounds of like muscle. I don't know. Andrew, thank you for the 5 says anyone who watched the Gator show on Discovery will know that nowadays Alabama and Louisiana had some heavy regulations concerning gator harvest. Oh, okay, interesting. What's up, Eric? Those creatures are different than us to bipedal primates. No, I understand. And they also have like different enzymes within their belly and various other digestive methods that can literally turn like grass into like amino acids to grow muscle. But it's just fascinating. Like I don't know, this like sort of, I don't even know. I look at those people who do like Mr. Olympia. I look at like people like C-Bum with like the classic physique. He seems fine. Like he's obviously huge, but like he looks normal. But those like sort of like mass monsters that probably won't live past 40, it makes me pretty sad to think that like we've kind of like made this like strange abstract push in culture to like make people these just creatures. It was about then that the parish sheriff decided to call time on the whole situation. So he and his boys started cracking down on anyone hunting or trapping without a license. But since licenses cost $5 and could take weeks to obtain, The crackdown didn't stem the steady trickle of the desperate and the doomed. My grandpa was lucky enough to have a license, as did a handful of other Rosedale residents, and although there was sometimes fierce competition between parties, their rivals were, for the most part, friendly. They'd all meet up to drink, smoke, and swap stories at a place they called the Blind Tiger. And that wasn't even the name of the joint either. A lot of illegal drinking spots were named Blind Tigers back then, and all because of some joke about paying a man to see a blind tiger when, really, you were spending your money on booze. Anyway, a lot of the Rosedale trappers and hunters would meet up at this one Blind Tiger on the woods off of Hunter's Run, and they needed no incentive to get drunk and barbecue gator meat, but the real benefits of hanging around that place were the tricks and tips and lessons that you learned from other hunters. Grandpa and his hunting buddies, Charlie and Whit, used to stop by the Blind Tiger every evening, sometimes just to get the scoop on where the good hunting was that week. He said he used to hear some fine and fanciful rumors around that. You just call it a fucking bar. I hate excessive repetitious use of the same term or word. It sounds so annoying to my ears and my mouth. Blind Tiger, Blind Tiger, Blind Tiger, Blind Tiger. Do I write stories ever? I don't think. I mean, I guess I could try and write some, bonus content sometime and just see how I do, see if you guys like it. But I haven't stretched my writing legs in many a moon. Thanks for being my therapy twice a week, Joel. Listening every day. Thank you, Haley. I'm glad we can help. What do you need therapy for now? We'll figure it out. We are the hive mind. Yeah, the significant other shit, you see that on Reddit a lot, and it's just so fucking cringe. Have I done Twister stories? I think I've done, natural disaster stories and had some, specific to a state that had those. He said he used to hear some fine and fanciful rumor. He said he used to hear some fine and fanciful rumors around that bar. But then, in the summer of 1931, Grandpa heard one which absolutely stole the show. Little John Gertie, a gator hunter who headed up a group of 4, was busy telling everyone in attendance about a recent trip into the deepest recesses of the Bayou Sheen. God damn it. Is it Gertie? Gerdry? Gerbs me? Gidry. Okay, my bad. Read that completely wrong. Gidry, Sheen. I think Sheen. Sheen Park. Okay. There was a guy, Little John Gidry, this gator hunter who headed up a group of 4, and he was busy telling everyone in attendance about a recent trip into the deepest recesses of the Bayou Sheen. They were out looking for the biggest gators they could find when, suddenly, they saw this huge, alabaster white gator basking on a narrow house island. Their pirogues were all full up with kills for that morning, so they'd have no room for any additional quarry, but even if they had, it would have taken a heck of a lot of wrangling to get that monster into a boat. Gidry said that from teeth to tail, that albino gator had to be at least 20 feet long, meaning the beast had to be carrying around 2,000 pounds of meat and hide on its carcass. But almost as soon as he and his boys laid eyes on it, it slipped into the water and disappeared. All 3 of Gidry's hunting buddies attested to his claim, and while Grandpa might have gotten away with calling recently finished Shadows of the Gods. What's that about? When you were a boy, dead baby jokes were really popular. When you were a baby, those jokes really died out. All three of Guidry's hunting buddies attested to his claim, and while Grandpa might have gotten away with just calling Little John a liar, accusing his whole party would have been downright foolish. But even so, Guidry and his boys could see the disbelief on the faces of those who listened. The doubt of their fellow hunters didn't seem to bother them, though, because Guidry and his boys claimed their doubters would be laughing on the other sides of their faces once they'd hauled that albino beast back home. And because a hide that size, and in such a rare color, they'd be able to afford a whole week of easy living for the sale of it. And so off they went, night after night looking for Old Red Eyes, as they'd taken to calling it at that point. Then one morning, Little John Guidry's wife woke up to find her husband hadn't returned home. It wasn't entirely unusual for hunters to camp out overnight with their kills, especially if the hides changed or the rains came. The tides changed. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Just woke up, smoked a bowl. With a name like James 420, I'd hope you smoke 2 bowls. Maybe even a plate of weed. Maybe even a vase. Your fear of alligators started with Happy Gilmore. It's good to be afraid of alligators. I mean, they are like, they're not necessarily slow, especially when they start moving, but it's like one of those creatures where you don't have to worry about them till you have to worry about them, you know what I mean? They're relatively out of the way, not excessively territorial all the time, but then the second that you're fucking dangling your balls over the side of your boat, hoping that maybe a carp might just give it a little suckle, say goodbye to your testicles. It wasn't entirely unusual for hunters to camp out overnight with their kills, especially if the tides changed or the rains came. But when the sun started to set and Little John's party still hadn't emerged from the swamps, people started to worry. Grandpa said Little John's wife barged into the bar that night. Oh my God. Grandpa said Little John's wife barged into the bar that night and demanded to know why the other hunters and trappers weren't out there looking for her husband. The sheriff and his deputies were out there searching for him, but they didn't know the swamps even half as well as the likes of Grandpa and his buddies. Little John could just be out there somewhere, gravely wounded, sheltering in the wreck of his pirogue as hungry gators circled him, and the only people in any position to help. Oh my God. Oh, fuck. Yeah, just imagine it's Lil John, and the East Side Boys gotta go out looking for him. Grandpa, Little John, and the East Side Boys. Am I okay? Yeah, I'm good. Just a long story, and I don't even know. Do I have a 3D printer? No. Seems like it's getting more popular as of late, and I think I even saw a store around here that had 3D printers in it, and I was like, what the hell? What the flick? Lil John could be out there somewhere. Oh, it's not these. Fuck, man. I start the stream so late, I'd be yawning. Lil John could be out there somewhere, gravely wounded, sheltering in the wreck of his pirogue as hungry gators circled him and the other people in any position to help him. and the only people in any position to help him were my grandpa and his fellow hunters. Grandpa told me that the more he thought about them, the more Mrs. Guidry's, God fucking damn it, Guidry. Grandpa told me that the more he thought about them, the more Mrs. Guidry's words made sense. He imagined being stuck out there, bleeding to death while the gators closed in, and how he'd be praying someone from town came looking for him. It wouldn't feel right going back into the swamps without a mind to look for Little John and his boys, even if it was just to bring home what was left of them. And so, one day, Grandpa met with Charlie and Whit at the Blind Tiger and put a proposition to them. They traveled deeper into the swamps than they ever had before to bring home some gator and maybe, just maybe, Little John Guidry along with them. Now, Grandpa and his buddies were faced with two very big challenges here. First off, heading out into the deeper parts of the swamp would require an overnight stay someplace, and it was in darkness that hunters had the most... First off, heading out into the deeper parts of the swamp would require an overnight stay someplace, and it was in darkness that the hunters had the most to fear. Then secondly, they needed the help of one or two extra hunting parties to cover all the ground they needed covering. Grandpa told Charlie and Whit to go get the supplies that they needed for a long trip into the bayou, and while he went around trying to enlist the other hunting parties into joining them on the search, but just about... Oh. Coffee to curb your appetite. Does it help you? Grandpa told Charlie and Whit to go get the supplies that they needed for this long trip into the bayou, while he went around trying to enlist the other hunting parties into joining them on the search. But just about everyone he spoke to thought he was crazy. While it was heartbreaking that Little John Guidry had gone missing, and while everyone felt sorry for his wife and kids, it was his own damn fault for heading too deep into the bayou, and all the while searching for a giant white alligator that may or may not have been something he made up. If a dozen more hunters went out there looking for him, in places that human beings did not belong, the most likely outcome was that more families would just end up wearing black. And just like Icarus, as they say, Little John flew a little too close to the sun and got his ass burned. Nobody's fault but his own. Grandpa said that he couldn't blame people for feeling that way. He even agreed with them to an extent, but there was still the voice in his head, that conscience telling him that he had to do something, maybe even God. He told me that he thought the voice was Jesus because he knew damn well how crazy of an idea it was, but he wanted to do it anyway. Yet, as luck would have it, so did just the... Twice baked potatoes could feed me for eternity, I'd be happy. That sounds pretty nice. But there was still that voice in his head, telling him he had to do something. He told me that he thought that voice was actually Jesus, because he knew damned well how crazy of an idea it was, but he wanted to do it anyway. Yet as luck would have it, so did just one other hunting party. Gaston Dupree, or Gator to his friends, was one of the best hunters and trappers in that entire parish, but it was no secret that he was sweet on Little John's sister-in-law, a girl named Eulalie. Oh my fucking god. Eulalie. Boudreau. I can't believe they throw an X in there and expect you to say Boudreau. Eulalie. Boudreaux. Eulalie Boudreaux. Ukulele Boudreaux. Gaston. How do you say it? Gaston? I think it's just Gaston, not Gaston. Unless it's from France itself, but if it's down there, it's probably just Gaston. How dare the French exist? It's how the hell, if somehow your language arose from the same origins, did somehow EAUX turn into Probably because they didn't know how to pronounce it, and they're just like, I don't know. Friends call me Gash. Gaston Dupree. Oh my gosh. Yet, as luck would have it, so did just one other hunting party. Gaston Dupree, or Gator to his friends, was one of the best hunters and trappers in the entire parish, but it was no secret that he was sweet on Little John's sister-in-law, a girl named Eulalie Boudreaux. Grandpa said that he took some convincing, but in the end he agreed. And then, after they'd all gathered up their men and materials, the 7-strong hunting party set off in their pirogues? What is this word, bro? The pirogues, right? Pirogues. Pirogues. Then, after they'd all gathered up their men and materials, the 7-strong hunting party set off in their pirogues towards Bayou Sheen. Grandpa said that first day was slow going. They had to keep their eyes peeled for any trace of Little John and his boys, and they had a 14-mile stretch of river to cover before they reached Bayou Sheen. He said it was very eerie out there that morning, the only sound being the putter of their pirogues' small engines as they glided through the water. And I know what he means, too, because it all looks exactly the same today as it did back then. Water was black as oil, cypress knees. The water was black as oil, cypress trees stabbing up through the surface, and these wailing birds sounding like wandering spirits. You might spot Dude, I cannot. Oh my god, I don't know what it is about this writing, but I cannot fucking make it through one half of a fucking paragraph without stopping. Did I get your story about the high school murder? I don't know, honestly. I don't really check through the stories unless I can grab them like right before the stream. Sorry. Cypress Hill and Little John. Who's named Cypress Hill? Oh, you mean the trees? I love how you type the phonetic pronunciation, but the phonetic is a J-Z. J-Z-O-O. Perjizoo. Insane in the membrane. You might spot a half-submerged log, floating just a little too still until you realize it's no log at all, just another gator waiting patiently for its next meal. It can get very creepy out there when it's quiet and still like that, yet there was Grandpa, heading out into the bayou's deepest, darkest depths. The two hunting-turned-search parties arrived at Bayou Sheen in the early afternoon. It was around there that Little John claimed to have seen his prize gator, so both parties figured it was a good place as any to start looking. They agreed to meet back up on the main body of the... my gosh. Atrophilia. Okay. They agreed to meet back up on the main body of the Chafalaya River in the morning, but until then, they were to split up and drive the pirogues up and down the narrow channels looking for any sign of Little John, his boys, or the remains of any other poor soul who had disappeared in the previous few months. To safely navigate the much narrower waterways, Grandpa and his buddies, Charlie and Whit, switched from their engine to their oars, paddling up and down Bayou Sheen until their arms ached from it. They saw plenty of gators, swamp rats, and the occasional snapping turtle, but no sign of Little John or his hunting party. They searched all afternoon and well into the evening. Then, when the light started getting low, Grandpa and his two friends began looking for a house island dry enough to camp on. They continued up and down the channels, with the bayou getting darker and darker with each passing minute, until finally, they were forced to navigate by the light of nothing but their oil lanterns and the moon. Grandpa said that sort of navigation was very dangerous, mostly because the chances of wrecking your pirogue were much higher. If you wrecked it... God, even the word pirogue annoys the fuck out of me. The pierogies, they're out there in giant fucking mashed potatoes stuffed dumplings. Yeah, I do have to edit my videos quite extensively. I keep in all the bad words, because I'm badass, man. And if you wrecked your pirogue way out in the deep swamps, you were in major trouble, even if you were a strong swimmer. And with that in mind, they paddled very slowly, with Charlie at the head of the boat, lantern in hand, guiding them through the darkness. He couldn't hold it too far out the front, though, not unless he wanted his arm bitten off by a gator, and they knew that they were surrounded by them because they could see all of those eyes reflecting the orange glow of their lamp. What's up, Iris? How we doing? I want some Oreos? Get them. Get them now, while you can. He couldn't hold it too far over the front, though, not unless he wanted his arm bitten off by a gator, and they knew that they were surrounded by them because they could see all of those eyes reflecting the orange glow of their lanterns. Grandpa always said that was the worst part of paddling through the swamps at night, seeing everything that was looking back at you. And although I've never seen the sight myself, just thinking about it sends a chill down my spine. After a while of searching for a place to camp, Grandpa said that he and his buddies started seeing lamps in the... After a while of searching for a place to camp, Grandpa said that he and his buddies started seeing lamplights in the distance. They figured that they might have happened across the camp of Gator Dupree and his boys, but as they got close, they realized someone had built some kind of structure way out there in the swamps. They paddled closer and closer, unsure of what to expect. Then, suddenly, Grandpa said he spotted a big black cross painted across a white background. They paddled closer and closer, unsure of what to expect. And then suddenly, Grandpa said he spotted a big black cross painted against a white background. It was a church. Its rear on a house island, and its front right up on the Why is this confusing? It was a church, its rear on a house island, its front right up against the water, and it was... It was a church. Its rear on a house island, its front right up against the water, and it was deathly quiet. Grandpa and his boys pulled up to the landing, calling out to see if anyone was home, and a few seconds later, some old half-blind deacon emerged to welcome them. When they mentioned that they were looking for a place to stay, this deacon said that they were more than welcome to spend a few hours sleeping among the pews. Grandpa and his buddies thanked him, tied up their pirogue, and then piled into the tiny church to find a total of 4 pews lit by candlelight and an old rugged cross to the... You love witch content? Always have. Love anything about witches. Interesting. Yeah, what do you know about witches? Do they have weird green noses? What's the deal? Fantasy, I read Lord of the Rings and wanted something else like it, but not another Tolkien boom. I didn't finish the next 3 or 4 books I tried. Oh, yeah. That is tough. Whenever, a certain degree of fantasy gets you into it. I do remember my grandfather. It's sad that I didn't really take after him necessarily for like an interest in reading, but I'm not even joking when I say like I would go down into my grandpa's like basement, and in his basement he would have, I swear to God, like hundreds of just these like 1,000-page yet somehow small like books that were just like very, like I always was more fascinated by like the covers and the fact that the cover art was awesome, because it always had like pictures of just like dwarves and dragons and like various other like just epic fantasy art, but it would literally be like the smallest text ever in like 1,000 pages, and he would just like casually read all of that shit in the course of like a week or a weekend. And I just never, as like a kid, I could never wrap my head around how you could read so much, because there would just be hundreds of books and he's read like every single one of them. He's like, yeah, it's pretty good. Just like 1,000-page book. Like, to me, that would be an entire fucking year, It was like some legitimate Elder Scrolls stuff. He was playing D&D by himself in his head, yeah. Grandpa and his buddies thanked him, tied up their pirogue, and then piled into the tiny church to find a total of 4 pews lit by candlelight and an old rugged cross to the front. When the deacon asked them what they were doing out in the swamp so late at night, Grandpa shared the tale of Little John and their hopes of bringing him home alive. The deacon said he'd pray for the man's safe return, but when Grandpa mentioned the great white alligator Little John claimed to have seen, the deacon's expression, he says, turned cold. He told Grandpa that he'd seen old Red Eyes himself, up close too, and not only was it real, but it was the biggest gator he'd ever lied about. The Golden Compass is good. Isn't it strange? Like, it's so strange. It's so strange to think like you got C.S. Lewis, right? All of Lord of the Rings. You got people talking about the Golden Compass. You got people talking about Harry Potter. It's just so fascinating to think of like how many people exist as writers that may or may not also write like 1,000-page like epics. Because I assume all of those books that my grandfather read, those which may have numbered in the thousands over the course of however long that like littered his basement, there was no way that all of those were the same author. Yeah, Narnia. Like, I just imagine like how many of these like authors write these epics and then just get completely forgotten about, left in some boomer's fucking depths. I don't know. But I guess at the end of the day, the fact that they even wrote it in general is pretty awesome, even if they didn't get crazy recognition. You despise the author of the H.P. Lovecraft, yeah. Yeah, he's, I don't know. I mean, if you're going to go back to the time of when he was writing for like the turn of the century, like I don't necessarily imagine you would meet anybody with like the same sort of perspective as someone that exists right now, or the same as yourself, just what they were back then, and it's how they thought. No Harry Potter. What about Harry Potter? Pickman's Model. He's from Toronto. Who? H.P. Lovecraft? I think he was from Massachusetts, wasn't he, or something? Close to Boston or whatever. Seems like everybody from there has some pretty dark thoughts. What am I trolling about? Robert E. Howard and H.P. Lovecraft were total butt buddies. Wait, yeah, which one was Robert E. Howard? It's hard to find all the Lovecraft books now. Yeah, I guess you would have to get it online or get the Necronomicon or whatever. You could find your grandma's favorite author's name. I mean, it is kind of crazy because, like, in the same way that there was, hundreds of so many different, like, fantasy books in my grandpa's basement, it's even funnier because, like, my buddy's grandmother, like, almost every week would go to the grocery store and buy these, like, erotic cowboy novels, you know? He just said, like, her entire, like, back of her car, or like an entire box, multiple boxes in her house would just be filled with these, like, like, softcore porn fucking, just, like, absolutely shredded dude with, like, a cowboy hat and his arm around a girl, and just imagining, like, some, like, 80-year-old woman, like, ooh, I'm getting all hot and bothered. What's up, Jayla? If you dig up old books, avoid the green-covered ones, highly toxic. Oh, like the green was a toxic chemical or something? Mills and Boone was banned for that? What is it? Is it actually like a toxic chemical on the green covers? How can someone be into that? Hey, listen, whatever grandma wants, grandma gets. You understand? Yeah, and most of my hypotheticals, someone is going to end up having a British accent. That is just how it goes. Arsenic laced. Oh, perfect. It's great for weight loss. Yeah, if your grandma bakes you cookies, bro, and calls you sweetheart, she can read whatever freaky shit she wants. I do not care. Just let me play Sega Genesis all day long and get fat. He told Grandpa he'd seen old Red Eye himself, up close to Red Eyes. God damn it, man. He told Grandpa he'd seen old Red Eyes himself, up close too, and not only was it real, but it was the biggest damn gator he'd ever laid eyes on. He said that he'd been out in his... I don't even want to fucking call it a pirogue anymore. What is that word? What the actual shit is that word? A pirogue. Like, I get it, it's a little wooden ship, but I don't even want to call it... Sorry. We're doing it. We're gonna call it fucking canoe. We're gonna call it a goddamn canoe. What is a pirogue? It's a car. They're driving a car on the water. It's a hovercraft. Pirogue is a type of small, narrow boat that is typically used in shallow waters and most commonly associated with Cajun and Creole culture in Louisiana, where it is used for fishing, hunting, and transportation through swamps. What are some synonyms, or is there none? Canoe. Alright, yeah, there we go. Generally termed for narrow paddle propelled boats through canoes, usually a more rounded bottom compared to... damn. Okay, so canoe's like a specific thing, it wouldn't even work. I just don't even like saying the word, it makes me sick. I don't even know why. Maybe it's a cursed word. Do you ever think that, guys? Like, if sometimes you say a word that you're actually perhaps casting a bit of a spell? That'd be funny if that's what, like, people on Twitter were getting mad about. They were getting mad about people casting spells with their words. You said those words. Don't you know what kind of spell you've just cast? What demon you have just raised?
How dare you?
Also, I couldn't find... Someone last time said that I got a shout out in the Y files, but I couldn't find it. I didn't know where to look. It didn't seem like they actually had a live stream going. P-rogues. P-rogues. Rhyming with rogues. In case your French might sound like P-ro. Oh, P-rose. Yeah, whatever. We'll just say P-rogues since we've been saying that the whole time.
Scared Potter.
What is this word? There's too many words. Who lived out near Catahoula? Cat hole. Catahoula, okay. Alright. Microb. Out in this microb. He said he'd been out in his pirogue, sharing the good word with some of the swamp folk who lived out near Catahoula, and then while on his way back he was paddling on a stretch of water when something huge and pale slipped out of the undergrowth to his rear and into the swamp. He said it was no use a thing that size trying to... Oh. He said it was no use a thing that size trying to hide, and the almighty splash that it made as it slid into the water had him clutching at the crucifix that hung around his neck, and he started paddling like a madman, trying to get away from it, but every time he looked over his shoulder, the bubbles on the surface got closer, and closer, and closer. He knew the bayou well enough to know that a gator had taken a deadly disliking to him, and if it snapped his pirogue in half, he was going to have to swim like the devil to reach safely. So, man, I do have dyslexia, man. It's fucking cringe. It's like sometimes I just read the word ahead before I read the current word. You can be the next Joel Rogan. That is me.
The P-Rog monster.
Lysdexia, yeah. Lixdixia. He knew the bayou well enough to know that a gator had taken a deadly disliking to him, and if it snapped his pirogue in half, he was going to have to swim like the devil to safely reach solid ground. But then, right as the thing was about to reach him, he started up with, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures, and he leadeth me beside still waters." The deacon said it seemed like the moment the words "still waters" left his lips, the bubbles stopped moving. He kept on paddling like his life depended on it, but the great white gator submerged beneath those waters, the one that had once seemed intent on making him dinner, had stopped dead in its tracks. Grandpa said his buddy, Whit Watson, told the deacon that, with all due respect, it was going to take more than prayers to bring in an animal of that size. And once again, the deacon turned white. Grandpa said the deacon lowered his voice and then told him to listen, and listen good. He then said that, sure, they were living and breathing. The devil moved among the bayou, and that he'd seen him with his own eyes, and that he moved through the beasts and the birds just the same as he did through people. He didn't know where Old Red Eyes was, nor did he know exactly what he was, but he had more chance of dragging us all down to hell than we did dragging him out of that swamp. His words didn't come off at all kind, but the deacon meant that his P-rod got snapped. Snapped in half. Yeah, we feel like we would have to find like new music instead of Jaws for like a big old gator. You can meme me into making it big time. Yeah, it's kind of sad. I feel like I've said funny stuff on streams, but like the clipping process on stream is like so inconvenient that you can't just like do it and then take it out of context and then make it funny somewhere else. Because how many times have you seen like a content creator like out of context on a stream and it's been pretty funny in meme format, and then eventually you're like, I'm gonna check this person out, so you do. I think YouTube needs like an overhaul for its like live streaming, even though I guess they don't really care that much about live streaming. His words didn't come off at all that kind, but the deacon meant them as a good-natured warning. An alligator that size and temperament wouldn't be brought down easy, and Grandpa was putting his life at risk just moving through its territory. But they hadn't paddled all that way just to turn around and head home, not when they were so close to the heart of the swamps. So at dawn, once there was enough light to get going again, Grandpa and his buddies climbed back into their pirogue. I'm just gonna call it a boat. I'm gonna call it a fucking boat. This is annoying. Saying the word pirogue over and over again is annoying. So, at dawn, once there was enough light to get going again, Grandpa and his buddies climbed back into their boat and then set off deeper into the bayou. Grandpa said it was still early in the morning and they were paddling slow while eating stale bread and molasses for breakfast when they suddenly heard a distant sound that chilled their blood. 1 minute, there was nothing but the low buzzing of bullfrogs, cicadas, and crickets coming from the underbrush, and then out of nowhere, there was the distant boom of a gunshot. It was just one at first, the kind of single large caliber gunshot you hear when a trapped gator gets dispatched with a rifle. But then they heard 4 or 5 more pops way off in the distance, these smaller guns going off, only these sounded way more frantic, like something wasn't going to plan. Grandpa said he and his buddies started paddling like crazy in the direction of the gunshots, but soon they started to see some really big gators floating in the waters around their boat. Unlike the smaller juveniles and young adults in the outer swamps, these fully grown gators didn't much feel like moving out of the way. So rather than risk making them mad by bumping them with their boat, Grandpa and his buddies started taking things much slower, while having to pick their jaws up from the bottom of the boat at the sheer size of some of these things. He said that there was some real monsters out there, the kind that'd have usually P-Rog, P-Rog, P-Rog Jenkins. God dang it, P-Rog. You snapped the boat in half. At least I got a gator. What do you guys think about these stories that don't involve scary people? Are they still interesting to you? Or do you guys usually prefer just your run-of-the-mill creep looked at me on the train stories? Creep followed me home and had stinky fingers. Stories with only P-Rogs. 10 true scary P-Rod stories. Gatorade. He said there were some real monsters out there, the kind they'd usually have stopped and hunted before retreating out of danger. But on that occasion, They just kept paddling by, trying not to bother them, as they continued into the heart of the bayou. Grandpa said that they carried on paddling for about an hour, getting more and more nervous as they did, because if they strayed into any of the gators' spawning grounds, some overprotective mamas could cause them some real hassle. And they're taking things slow, keeping their eyes peeled and their mouths shut. Then at one point, they're taking things real slow, keeping their eyes peeled and their mouths shut. Then at one point, they paddled around a wall of bald cypress trees and spotted something that almost turned their stomachs. Through a jagged clearing on the bank, they could see a campsite strewn with the blood-splattered remnants of Gator Dupree's hunting party. Grandpa said it was one of the most horrific sights that he'd ever seen. Guns and gear were scattered everywhere. An empty John boat. John boat? What's a John boat? Is that a separate thing? You remember the rocks? Yeah, the rocks were a good story. When they stuffed that homeless guy into a tree. And then the sheriff was just like, damn, that sucks. Guns and gear were scattered everywhere. An empty John boat still listed in the shadows while... Dude, what the fuck is wrong with my voice? I am a monkey. I don't even have my spritz. Oh, there it is. There she blows. What if every time you guys came into the chat and instead of saying hi, I just said, there she blows? Would you be offended? Har, matey. There she blows. Oh, Christ. Imagine if you said that to a real human person. Guns and gear were scattered everywhere, an empty John boat still listed in the shadows, while half-eaten bodies lay among the sawgrass as flies buzzed over the carnage. There were limbs missing. Bodies had been ripped open, with one man's boot sitting upright still laced like it had been yanked clean off, and it was the kind of mess no knife or gunshots leave behind. But if it was a gator that had made that mess, it must have been unusually big and very fast for an animal its size. Grandpa said that after seeing all those bodies, he and his boys started to discuss turning back, because if he, Charlie, and Whit went any deeper into the woods, it might be their half-eaten bodies some horrified group of hunters would end up happening across. Christ. Throat-numbing spray? No, it's just like honey. I think it's just like made of honey. It's called Vocal Ease. Honey, echinacea, and ginger. Soothes, hydrates, protects. It's basically a condom for your throat. It's a dental dam. Yeah, yahar. Yahar, it's a dental dam for the throat. So you don't end up sounding like me one day. Because if he, Charlie, and Whit went any deeper into the swamps, it might be their half-eaten bodies some horrified group of hunters would end up happening across in the future. Gator Dupree and his boys were much more experienced hunters than they were, and had traveled in larger numbers too. If they hadn't been able to best whatever had attacked them, what chance did Grandpa and his buddies have? Grandpa said that on the journey back, the weight of all that loss hung over them. They felt ashamed and defeated, but if they didn't return home, then who would provide for their families? Whit was up front paddling steadily when he suddenly pointed out a huge gator, easily 12 foot long, that was basking on a house island. Whit said that he thought that the gator that killed Dupree... That is... do you think, honestly though, do you think like one gator could kill multiple people at one time? Like, would it actually be like fast? I feel like a 20-foot gator could kill one person if it like ambushed them, right? But I feel like for it to actually like go from one thing to the next, that would take a very dexterous crocodilian. If they're unarmed. Is like the gator doesn't have any arms, or what? Maybe he bit them all in one bite. Yeah, like a John Wick. The John Wick of alligators. A crocodile? Do you think a crocodile would go from like... Dude, that's the one thing, is I hear all this stuff about alligators, but I have seen videos of dudes cruising in their motorboats in Australia, right? And they're probably, in my estimation, cruising at like 20 miles per hour, if not 25 to 30. And these crocodiles are right next to them, keeping up with the boat, but not just keeping up with the boat. They're like breaching the water and diving back down like a fucking dolphin. Like a crikey, yeah, exactly. Like a dolphin, dude. And it honestly makes me wonder, and maybe it was an African crocodile, perhaps. It was terrifying. It was like, if they didn't stop, that thing was going to fuck them up. And it was going to, like, it had the ability to jump aboard their boat or flip them into the water, or worse. I've never heard of a kilometer before. Actually, hi from Queensland, hello. Grew up with gators, they aren't scary at all, they generally are lazy. I mean, that's what I've heard about alligators, but like, I feel like I don't even know enough about crocodiles to know, but it sounds like they're way more territorial, like they'll go out of their way to kill you. Oh yeah, polar bears, holy shit, that's true. I wouldn't even think a saltwater croc would, but they usually kill by drowning, yeah. Your talking voice sounds like the dual logs. What's that? It's like two poops sitting in a toilet. A dual log. Whit said that he thought it was the gator that killed Dupree and his crew. Charlie was skeptical and said just about any gator that size or bigger could have done it. And Grandpa said, come on, dude, stop squeaking. Amelia with the 7 Canadian says, hey Joel, big fan, just curious if you meant to leave in the podcast the clip of you burping then going fuck. I was unaware of this, and that is news to me, and now I am scared. I may be fired from Podcast Town. That's where I put my podcast on. It's called Podcast Town, and they said if I ever say a fucking swear word, they're gonna publicly execute me via stoning in Somalia. If they ever catch me in Somalia, that is. So I like can't visit there. Nile crocs are huge, I think larger than salties. Holy shit. I've been exiled from Podcast Town for farting on the mic for an hour. Listen, if I get stoned to death in Somalia, you guys can... I hope to God that they take pictures of my feet and put them all over my OnlyFans. You can have them. They're all yours. Grandpa said he was about halfway through agreeing with Charlie when the murky waters in front of the 12-foot alligator suddenly exploded. Out of nowhere, the monstrous 20-foot albino gator surged up from the depths of the swamp. Pale as death, its reddish-pink eyes flashed as its jaw clamped down on the basking gator's head with this disgusting crunch. The smaller gator thrashed wildly, whipping its tail and flailing its stunted limbs, but it was no match for this humongous beast that had somehow managed to take it completely by surprise. The albino then dragged it back into the swamp in this swirl of foam and blood, and then swam off, submerged before it was all still again. Oh. The albino gator. Did I say croc? I didn't say croc, did I? I hope not. I freaking hope not. Saltwater crocodile is nicknamed for the same species of crocodile that's in Africa. They are called the estuarine crocodile. Estuarine quackawile. Is it quackawile? The main difference, aside from the size, is between alligators and crocodiles are the fact that alligators, contrary to popular misconception, does not see human beings as food. But gators do. It's scary. Yeah, you don't have to type in all capitals if you don't want to. It seems like you're screaming on the internet. Crocodiles are larger and more aggressive than alligators, but a crocodile will eat a human being for food. Alligators do not eat people. That's crazy, man. That is very, very scary. Everyone yell. It would be funny if like everyone in here was just typing in all caps. I don't even think I'd be able to read it. There's something about all caps that just looks like binary code to me sometimes. 5 meter salty crossroad. Still don't know why he did. 5 meter salty. That's massive, dude. Wart. You love me? Thank you. Thanks. If I don't get endless adoration and praise, I will fucking kill myself. No, I'm just kidding. The albino gator then dragged it back into the swamp in a swirl of foam and blood, then swam off, submerged, before it was all still again. Wit's jaw was dropped as Charlie froze with the paddle mid-stroke. Grandpa said he was the same, still as a statue in the rocking boat, just staring at the ripples that thing left in its wake. Grandpa said that there were a few moments of stunned silence. Grandpa, what did you see in the swamp, Grandpa? Oh, grandson, you know what I saw. What did you see? Oh, that's right, I am the chosen one. Being the chosen one comes with so many responsibilities. Sorry about all the caps, it's all good. Boomer mistake. No, I'm just kidding. Geographically separate. It's been a hot minute since I was at uni for zoology, so I need to check clades, but divergent evolution. Create branch for 2 species that probably have same common ancestor. Yes. Get on that right now. Go make an evolutionary board that we all can look at. Let's read our Yoit stories. Read? Yes, they are being read. Grandpa said there were a few moments of stunned silence, the boat rocking gently as the ripples slowly faded. But then suddenly, the water down the channel started to churn, and the next thing they knew, A huge blur of silt and pale hide was slicing through the swamp, coming at them so fast they barely had time to react. Grandpa paddled like the devil, while Whit fumbled with the shotgun, slamming shells into the breach, and he said he turned just as the beast erupted from the murky water, streaming off of its ghostly hide, teeth bared for the kill. As old Red Eyes surged upward, jaws gaping like some open grave, Whit fired twice, and the blast echoed across the swamp as shotgun pelts tore into the albino. As old Red Eyes surged upwards, jaws gaping like an open grave, Whit fired twice. The blast echoed across the swamp as shotgun pellets tore into the albino. I can't say this word. Albino. Albino. I saw an albino gator. I saw an albino gator down the bayou. I saw a terrifying albino gator down the bayou. Oh, Red Eye. Oh, Red Eye with a albino gator down there by the butt of the Red Eye. What's up, Brown? I love alligator. As old Red Eyes surged upward, jaws gaping like an open grave, Whit fired twice. The blast echoed across the swamp as shotgun pellets tore into the albino. I can't say it. I can't say albino. As old Red Eyes surged upward, jaws gaping like an open grave, Whit fired twice. The blast echoed across the swamp as shotgun pellets tore into the albino's snout. Fresh, bright red blood streaked its scales, but the shots were only enough to daze it, and it sank beneath the surface with a hiss. Grandpa said the boat suddenly lurched forward as the beast splashed down, and for a moment he thought that they might be in the clear. But maybe a second or two later he heard the same thrashing sound in the water behind them as old Red Eyes once again prepared to charge. Grandpa said his arms were burning by the time the water exploded again, but still, he and Charlie rowed like the devil, willing each other to push harder while, at the rear of the boat, Whit held the shotgun with trembling hands and began praying out loud. I need to read that again. It doesn't sound right. Da-bano. Da-da-bano. What are you guys into lately? Anything cool? Is anything cool happening in your lives? If so, talk about it. I need to hear about it right now. I'm gonna go nuts. The processor has 2 black guys. Send my regards to your sweet mama. Sweet mama. Cross-stitching. Being cool. Skeet, skeet, skeet. Fussing and Misery. Cardi album thoughts. I haven't listened to it. Playing Assassin's Creed 2. There you go. It's a classic. You got a golf cart. That's awesome. Do you live in Florida? Or is it just on property or something? Building your podcast, Wienermobile. Thank you. Hurry up, would you? Crocheting a new blanket. I'll be doing grandma crafts and playing Fortnite when the kids are at school. Hell yeah. You're cool. Thank you, Darla. The coolest thing in my life lately has been great horror books. That's cool. What's the... I feel like at this point, like being scared by a book, it's like you really have to have like some existential philosophical dread, like almost like borderline poetry written into a horror book, which I hope is what you're getting. Taxes, fuck that, dude. What a bunch of baloney. I don't want to pay any taxes. I hope they just get rid of income tax. Do you think they could do that? What do you think would happen if they just got rid of income tax? Everybody be happy, right? At least the federal income tax, get rid of that and we'll just pay state and local. But then, of course, state and local, like, then you would start to see, like, state and local start to, like, rack up their rates. We need to get them up again. Income tax is illegal. I agree. I think it's unconstitutional, honestly. Have you ever thought about that? Like, what would the world look like if you weren't just, like, having people that steal your money just at the top, you know? Or what if they were good people? What if they were actually good people in the forms of government, not just some, like, abstract sense of endless corruption? Is it possible to do that, or is that just never going to happen? Probably never going to happen, right? Just not in the game. It has to be some insane psychological horror, something that makes you check your closet is closed and your curtains are open. Oh, I wouldn't want the curtains open. Jimmy Carter, I don't know about that. I'm drinking a wild berry Red Bull and stabbing fabric, trying not to yell at the weirdos outside. Let them know, you know? Let them know. It's endless geriatric corruption. They stay around in office forever. It is odd, you know? I mean, I feel like there's got to be, like, an origin to it. You know what I mean? Like, there's got to be, like, a tippity top of the iceberg. I was thinking, like, what if there was, like, a scientist at DARPA right now who all the other scientists at DARPA think he's kind of like a Nikola Tesla reincarnate guy, right? A good-hearted, good-willed individual with a curious mind. And instead of making supersonic, like frequency weapons that disperse protesting crowds and make people burst into flames, what if he's making something that changes people's perspectives, you know, but makes them in, like, a good mood and puts them into a certain perspective of, like, wanting to serve other people? That would be insane. Imagine going to, like, a big congressional meeting, like, you bait everyone to a congressional meeting, and then you use the good ray. Yeah, like a good mind control ray that makes everybody in Congress uncorruptible and undesiring of, like, hurting, to maybe even to a fault, to where it, like, makes them sick. Like, every time they even remotely think of doing something corrupt, they quit, or they turn themselves in, or they openly speak about, like, it's almost like a truth serum, but then they feel sick. See, these are great ideas that'll never happen, but I think it's happening. Wart. Subliminal stuff. Yeah, let's do it for good. Let's like us all we need is one secret scientist that pretends to be bad and compromised and trustworthy, but he's actually not bad. Do I get taxed on YouTube channel? Oh my god. I get taxed to high hell, my brother, and I gotta do my taxes myself. It doesn't get taken out of a paycheck. I gotta figure it out every goddamn 3 months. It's annoying as shit. Just a vibrational frequency which saturates the room like a happy Wi-Fi 5G. Exactly, dude. You just turn it on, they don't even know what's happening, but they just feel something deep within themselves that alters their brain chemistry, where they're like, I went to the island, I did. My lobbyist handler, he's been buying me out for years. You know, like, yeah, I can't keep doing this. I can't keep just starts short-circuiting their brain. Like, they all go nuts. And then, then there's just like a little bit of a reset with people who are, but then they would never know why it happened, right? It would be real. It would just be a frequency. Grandpa said his arms were burning by the time the water exploded again, but still he and Charlie rowed like the devil, willing each other to push harder, while at the rear of the boat, Whit held the shotgun with trembling hands and began praying out loud. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." he yelled as he reloaded. He maketh me lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in the path of righteousness. And though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil, for he... Grandpa said Whit's final words were drowned out by another explosion of water. That albino beast lunged, jaws snapping inches from the boat's edge, but Whit's timing was right, and his aim was true. Grandpa said he heard a deafening roar as Whit unleashed another 2 shots, only this time the pellets ripped through old Red Eye's flesh, causing dark red blood to gush into the foam. The beast thrashed, a guttural bellow escaping its maw, and then it slumped, wounded and broken, before slinking off back into the depths. Whit crushed to reload. Whit crushed. Whit crushed. Whit. Will Whitten. Will Whitten. You don't know why people re-elect known thieves and liars? I don't know either, man. It's honestly very strange how effective the two-party dichotomy is at, like, and I think what it is, it's got to be like a psychological effect of, one, feeling like connected to the identity of one party, but two, hating the other one so much in relation to your perceived identity that you would never, that almost it makes you love your captor. You know what I mean? It makes you love the one that treats you poorly, even though it's like the devil you know versus the devil you don't kind of thing, or the devil you don't trust. It is a weird sort of back and forth psychological break. Yeah, it's like sort of a forced Stockholm syndrome where you're like, well, I really, really don't like the hypothetical evil that exists on that other side. Maybe this one that I know only, sticks 2 fingers in my ass. Hopefully next time it's only 3 fingers rather than a whole 2 double fist. A whole Edward Scissorhands up there. Huh? Ooh, yeah, he's just bent over. Toxoplasmosis, it's a mind virus. From the cats? Because I have a cat, and I do think at times I love him way more than I should, maybe, because of my, the bacteria from the virus from his poop probably gets into my brain. How old am I? I just turned 16. This is the problem. We should demand more from our leaders than simply being treated degrees of awful. Yeah, but that would require us, doing something, and I don't even know if any of us know what we would do. How do you... I don't even think that there's, a plan... Outside of going out with a sign in your hand and going, rah, 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 and then, waiting to get hosed down and, have the dog sicked on us. I don't really know. No way you're 16. Alright, I'm 34. Come on. How do you do, fellow kids? You avocado toast eating. Paying $50 for a latte. You still don't believe 34? What the hell? Alright. 96. I don't know, man. What even is age anymore? Am I supposed to be doing something? Am I supposed to be... What am I supposed to be doing? I'm supposed to be procreating. I'm supposed to be securing wealth for that procreation. I hope, we'll get there. I'm supposed to be... I think I'm supposed to have gone nuts by this point, honestly. I'm supposed to have done something really bad, but I made it past that age of doing the really bad thing, and now I'm just coasting. I think I'm good. In this economy? Honestly, people complain about, being not wealthy enough to have kids in an economy, but it's bro, then why the fuck does everyone in India have, 13 kids, you know? Like, you do have the ability, like, they're living in poverty, and you do have the ability to have a kid and, like, effectively raise it. But obviously, it just comes down to desire. But a lot of times, people don't even desire it, so it's usually, it's pretty consistently like an accident. But I think it turns out to be a happy accident, because it's sort of what you're innately drawn towards anyways, is your own offspring. Babes with the test and key, please say, "Thar she blows." Oh, "Thar she blows," in your normal reading cadence. Every time you enter the chat, babes, I will say that. "Thar she blows." They want my energy and my money. Yeah, but I think you will come to find that if you have a child, it won't be some sort... I mean, sure, there'll be frustrations. You'll have to have made certain sacrifices. But at the same time, I think there will be something deep within inside of yourself that you would not have realized before, that you actually enjoy it. You know what I mean? Only having one kid because you only make $75K household. That's the interesting thing, too. I mean, if you... I don't know. I mean, you don't have to do anything you don't want. But if you were to have more, I'm sure you could get government assistance or something like that, and probably get upwards of, like, who knows, if you had like 3 kids, you might be able to get like $750 in like EBT bullshit. I mean, maybe some people are too proud for that, but I don't see any issue with it if you're getting like fucking groceries and shit. But I guess that's also depends on how much money you make as well. I don't know, that's kind of the unfortunate thing too, is sometimes the government almost incentivizes you not to like have any sort of financial upward mobility, because you end up making more off of having kids and just, you know, collecting money from them than you do like getting a job, because then you end up losing your government assistance and that kind of thing. It's like a weird incentivization process, like give and take, you know. Wouldn't have a kid in the US, too many school shootings. I mean, you could homeschool, and I mean, objectively speaking, like if you're looking at the actual data, it's not like, I mean, school shootings are a terrible, terrible thing. It sucks, but I mean, it's not like it's every fucking school ever. It's just lining them up and shooting apples off their head or some shit. I think, you know, honestly both of those narratives, that I don't have enough money for kids and that they will just be shot, is kind of like the repetitious process of propaganda. I'm not saying it's like specifically creating the propaganda, but it's just like when you exist online all the time, all day, and you only see like specific narratives and fear mongering all the time, that's kind of like what you get forever. And that's kind of how you shape your sense of reality. And it's good to just, you know, let that go a little bit and be a human. Also, my cat's here. Hello, kitty. Homeschools isn't really ideal. I mean, I have friends, I've known friends, they have like 7 kids. A friend of mine from my old nursing days, and he homeschools. Amazing kids. Like from their ages now, from college all the way down to like 3. They've homeschooled every one of them. Honestly, the most intelligent kids I've ever met, the nicest kids, the most well-behaved. They're super involved in like sports and extracurriculars, and they have a ton of friends, and they're super like normal and socialized. Now granted, that's not always the case in every circumstance, but whatever they did it right. How many kids do I want? I want 50. I want 50 kids. I want to be Genghis Khan, you know? Whatever. Make an entire army, an entire lineage of readers. What do I like to do to entertain myself? I am at my highest point in my day probably whenever I buy an energy drink. So it's usually early. As soon as I drink that energy drink, I'm like briefly happy. And then nothing really matches that point. Also, the stream entertains me. What kind? I buy either the Bang energy drinks, the mango ones, or I'll buy this like Rain energy that's like orange. Joel, I have issues with a lot of people with EBT cards, and I don't feel like I'm better than them. It's just stuff I've seen. That's fine, you know. I'm not saying you have to get EBT if you have kids, or... I'm not saying you have to have kids at all. I'm just saying don't be afraid of existence. You know what I mean? Like, we haven't existed on this planet this long, under the assumption that our caveman ancestors were making $75K guaranteed a year. It's like, if every human was like that obsessed with like some sort of comparison to each other related to like socioeconomic status, then I don't think we would have ever made it. I should try matcha. Oh yeah, I love matcha. Matcha is good though. It's yummy. It's supposed to have like less of a spike on your whatever, your energy. I don't fucking know. There's so much misunderstanding around homeschools. It's improved with social groups. Observing kids in the public system is frightening, especially since COVID. Yeah, I mean, like, my friends, like, kids who are homeschooled are, like, infinitely more normal to talk to than, like, people, like, my other buddies or friends' kids that are in public school for the most part. I mean, for the most part. And honestly, it just comes down to the kid and how involved the parent. I mean, these parents are like super involved in their life. Like every day, it's like, let me get and see what's going on. Let me understand that if I don't teach you, this is my only chance in life to get to know you. I remember taking ephedrine with caffeine. The energy was crazy. Oh, that sounds scary, bro. Was that to like lose weight or just like boost metabolism? I remember my one friend said he took ephedrine to like lose weight, and he was like sweating like green globs. He said he was like, his metabolism, I mean, first off, that's terrible to do in general. Don't take that. But yeah, ephedrine was like some sort of medication. What does it do? It's like a stimulant medication specifically to like, what is it? I forget. Is YouTube your income? It is, yeah. This is my jorb sitting here talking about nothing. But not really. Honestly, the streams, I know people don't always like them, but it's honestly like my therapy session. I get to fucking yap and yomble. That's because your friends are smart and responsible. This is true, yeah. And that is going to apply to most circumstances in life. Like if a person does anything but is not smart and responsible, then they usually end up dead in a hole. Weight loss, but it's appetite suppressant, and yeah, it works, and yeah, it's bad. Yeah, don't do that. Opens your bronchial tubes. Interesting. Opens your tubes. Your mom was addicted to ephedrine through my whole childhood through... Oh, damn. Sorry about that. Yeah. Reminds me of... what's that movie with... where the mom is, like, addicted to taking, like, speed, like diet pills, but it was just like speed. The issues I have with most people I've seen who have EBT cards buy alcohol, cigarettes, and lottery tickets while using the government EBT. That is frustrating. I thought, like, my friend was telling me he's going through a bit of a rough patch financially, and until he gets out of his divorce situation, he's kind of on the EBT train, and I help him with stuff, here and there, obviously, but he doesn't, wish to accept handouts or whatever, but that's fine. But and then he gets on EBT, but he was saying that you can't do lottery tickets and cigarettes and alcohol, which he wouldn't buy anyways, but he's like pretty sure that that's unavailable and those kinds of things. Here you can only buy food. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the same here, but I'm not sure. It would be strange that EBT would just allow alcohol, because that would just be like incentivizing really bad addictions as well. Give them a loan of $1 million. In LA, students have walked through metal detectors before going on campus. Yeah, I mean, that sounds fine. I mean, that's logical, I guess. Just prevention is the best medicine, I suppose. Hey Audrey, how are you? Hope you're doing good. I've been so busy with work, working 2 jobs. Plus, I'm getting back on track with your physical health. That's good. You gotta get back into getting the squat up to 315. It's a new goal. I think I remember you saying you hit 225 here on stream, and now comes the next plate. You take care of a paralyzed guy, he only gets $23 on EBT. Interesting. Does he, like, not qualify or something like that? Or what's the deal? Used to work in a grocery store a long time ago, and some people would try to pay for people's groceries in exchange for cash, but if we saw that happening, we would kick them out of the store. Oh, yeah, that's fair, too. Makes sense. If you have EBT cash, you just do cash back at a store and then go buy drugs. Oh, that's crazy. I feel like it should be not that easy, you know what I mean? Like, there should be, like, a very clear distinction, you would imagine. That's very odd. Gone from 280 to close to 200 now. Keto and fasting has helped so much. Walking at night, listening to these videos makes it easier. Oh, that's good, yeah. I am definitely getting on a strict thing. I'm trying to start it Monday officially. Get all my... I just ordered that flavored white... What is it? The white egg whites and stuff. That's going to be sick. And getting all the meal plans figured out is going to be good. You got a full-time job and on EBT. That's good. I mean, well, I don't know if it's good necessarily, but I mean, like, if you can get it. I remember my old roommate, he literally, like, he would choose to only work, like, 3 days a week at, like, this shitty job. Like, that was 5-hour shifts. But then he would get close to, like, a couple $100 a month for EBT groceries. And I was like, what? You like actively are choosing not to work and they're just giving it to you? And I'm like, I guess it's, I don't know. I guess that's how it goes. God damn, we gotta finish this fucking story. Holy crap, we're almost done. Whit rushed to reload the shotgun as Grandpa and Charlie kept paddling. But except for the creak of the boat, the splashing of the oars and their ragged breaths, the bayou soon fell silent again. The boat glided through the swamp, their paddle strokes slow and heavy as they reached the next bayou, which would take them home again. Grandpa said he remembered how Whit sat up. This story, I don't even know why it's been so hard, but I have not been able to make it through a single paragraph without fucking up. It's crazy. Grandpa said he remembered how Whit sat up front, shotgun still across his lap, with a look of exhaustion and guilt across his face. He said that expression captured the mood. No bodies recovered, no closure to carry home, and they'd been lucky to escape with their lives. That sense of defeat made the journey back feel endless. They spoke little, their silence louder than words, dreading the shame of returning empty-handed to families who hoped for miracles. And the sun was setting by the time they reached the dock near where Rama stands today, and Grandpa and his buddies climbed out, legs very unsteady, and then they left their boat tied up as they walked on into town. First came the reunion, with parents, siblings, and kin of all kinds rushing forward until the flickering glow. Whatever. It's too many descriptors here. Holy shit. No magnesium yet. I started the stream so late. I don't know, sometimes when a story is just like super fucking long, it's just like mentally exhausting and I get like bored of it by the end. First came the reunion, with parents, siblings, and kin of all kinds rushing forward. Whit's ma threw her arms around him, not caring that her boy smelled like sweat and swamp rot, while Charlie's baby sister clung to his leg and his pa praising Jesus for a safe return. And Grandpa remembered all of this, as well as his mother telling him how proud she was. It didn't matter that they'd return empty-handed. They tried, and that's what counted. Second came the bad news, delivered personally to the families of Gator Dupree and his boys. Gator's mama collapsed with a wail when Grandpa broke the news that her boy wasn't coming home, and that she would have taken a nasty tumble if she wasn't caught by Gator's two sisters. The same went for the families of his hunting party. Their kin had gone out to rescue little John Gertie. I don't even remember. Huh. That's kind of weird. I'm fairly certain this Forvo website is like making like virus-esque pop-ups pop up in my thing, which is kind of strange. You haven't seen like any secure websites in a long time like have what appears to be insecure links to click on, or like predatory links. Yeah, thankfully, Little John, it can still get crunk in the belly of the beast. We are still on the pierogi story, yeah. They ate their way out of the pierogi. They fed it to the gator to get out.
Oh, fucking hell. Fucking hell. How do you even say his fucking name? Giddy.
Oh, come on, brother. My memory sucks. Little John. We'll just call him Little John. I don't fucking give a shit. We're all the Walking Dead. The same went for the families of his hunting party. The kin had gone out to rescue Little John and save his kinfolk from the agony of his loss. But in a horrible twist of fate, they too were now condemned to wear black. To Grandpa, it all seemed like some kind of sick cosmic joke, and he couldn't help but feel like he was the punchline. Why shouldn't he survive when so many hadn't? And how could he live with himself knowing that he'd turn tail and run at the first sign of trouble? He said he struggled with thoughts like that for a long time, until the day of Little John's funeral, when his grieving widow told Grandpa how much she appreciated his efforts to recover her husband's body. Do I know Mr. Ballin? Yeah, me and him play racquetball together pretty often. He's got a wicked backhand. You don't know who Mr. Ballin is? He's good. You should check out his channel. It's like true crime. Scary, dark, and mysterious, told in story format, as opposed to freaky style, which is his other channel. He tells stories in freaky style. Actually, I guess that's how I tell them on this channel. He said he struggled with thoughts like that for a long time, until the day of Little John's funeral, when his grieving widow told Grandpa how much she appreciated his efforts to recover her husband's body. Grandpa said that helped him deal with most of the guilt he felt, but not all of it, and he ended his gator hunting days for good after the encounter with Old Red Eyes. He traded the bayou for a cornfield, ended up catching the eye of holy shit, he got to fuck the Boudreaux girl. Boudreaux girl. Boudreaux. He traded the bayou for a cornfield, ended up catching the eye of that Boudreaux girl that I mentioned earlier. Then, after a long courtship, they were married under the cypress trees during the spring of 41. And sadly, the draft snatched him up in 42, and after storming through the liberation of France and helping free villages from Normandy to the Rhine, he returned to his beloved home and started a family. And years later, Grandpa would sit us by the fire in a low voice and tell us this exact story of his encounter with Old Red Eyes. But whenever he did, he'd swear to us kids that no battle ever chilled his blood like the day he and his boys stared into the crimson glare of the monstrous albino alligator who almost dragged them all to hell. Woodrow. Spooky stories. Spooky stories to make you shit yourself, idiot. Oh crap, this one's long too. That's what she said.
Oh crap. This one's long too.
Alright. Man. Man, oh man. Here we go. Water and fire, what's up? Oh, water and fire. Question for you, since you have magic powers and whatnot, and you believe in space magic. That being said, someone randomly said something about not signing a contract as a Gemini while Mercury is in Gatorade. And I was curious, what the hell could happen if I were to do something hypothetically such as that when Mercury has been found in Gatorade? Ever got into woodworking? I have not, no, but that same grandpa that reads all the time, he's really into woodworking, and he makes the most insane shit, like actually really good. I'd literally blow up the moon. Okay, that's a good point. Yeah, sometimes a lot of people do things without considering their astrological implications upon the universe. Like, how many stars have you potentially exploded along with their solar systems and all the people within because you decided to go on a date with somebody that's not of the same star sign? Never make any life-changing decisions during retrograde. A new job, buying a car, buying a house, signing a contract. You're a Gemini, correct? Yeah, but why? What the hell? What the, like, have you had anecdotal experiences where this space magic shit happens? I'm not even trying to be mean. I'm like actually curious because, like, what the fuck is going on? What's up with Mercury, man? Why is it fucking everything up so bad? The contract could get null and void for whatever reason. Because it's in Gatorade? I would end up in Uranus. That's true. We're supposed to have 13 zodiacs, so none of us are truly a perceived sign. You're thinking of Planet X, Nibiru, and the Ananakalith. So Mercury is out of retrograde April 6th. And at that point, I can drink all the Gatorade I want, sign every contract, sign my soul if I so desire. What if you had a baby during a Gatorade procession? Yeah, you gotta wait till it's in Powerade. Would that... Because the retrograde slows everything down, it's a period of time where you're supposed to look at your decisions from the past and moving into the future. It's very stuck energy. Oh, so you would be stuck in the past if you don't wait. Alright, well, it's official. I will hypothetically wait till April 6th, is it? I'm asking you specifically. Do I wait till April 6th or April 7th to officially sign anything? Read out to me and I'll give you a free reading, or whatever. I'll reach out to me and I'll give you for whatever area you're talking about. Wait until April 10th? Oh my god. You have to Bowflex it out of your soul. Damn. Gatorade. April 32nd. God, it keeps moving up, dude. 6th. Yeah, wait, what's the 10th then? Is that like well outside of it? Hey, happy birthday, Audrey. What are you gonna do? Not just Gemini, everyone. Watch. You're gonna see a lot of issues with technology and people from your past coming back. Interesting. I'm gonna see Larry. Uncle Larry. You still have a shadow period of about a week. All right. Watch out. Watch your step. Is that a threat? Can you reverse your camera so we can see you? I can, yeah. I've currently got the camera. I just like move it right now. Sorry, I got that pointed at my friend. He was pondering his orb. Tucked within the low-lying coastal plains of southeastern Virginia, the Great Dismal Swamp is a living labyrinth of towering, bald trees. Tucked within the low-lying coastal plains of southeastern Virginia, the Great Dismal Swamp is a living labyrinth of towering, bald trees emerging from murky, muddy pools, and in ancient times, the peat-rich forests that surround the swamp were the favored hunting grounds of the native Chesapean. Some bald-ass trees, yeah. Towering bald. Bald. Bald as shit, bro. Where's your hair? Tree? Chesapean? Oh my gosh. Chesapean, typically pronounced Chesapean. Chesapean. Like the Chesapeake. Chesapean. Oh, Chesapean. Okay, duh. Chesapean and Nanzamon. Chesapean. Is my face on Google? No, but it's on Bing. It is on Bing. If you type in Sonic inflation, you'll see me. If you type in Joel BBC, that's my last name. It's BBC Lovecraft. How do I say? Why are some stories repeated?
'Cause I forget sometimes, you know?
Yeah, it's on Ask Jeeves. Nanzamund. I don't know, somebody on the last one that we recently, the last video we did, which was, what the fuck even was that one? Oh, the Fire Lookout one, saying that there were repeats. There was like 100% chance there were no repeats on that. So it was very strange that like someone heard any of those stories and was like, I am just Joel. I simply am. Infinitely and forever yours. The first video sounded very familiar though. Well, I don't know. I've done Fire Lookout stories before, so maybe there's like the fact that it was out in the woods. It looked like a very familiar set of trees. Alright, Nanzamund. Alright. Chesapean and Nanzamund. In ancient times, the peat-rich forests that surround the swamp were the favorite hunting grounds of the native... God. Do I know Miss Florida Insurance Lady? I don't think so. Who's that? Nansemond Chesapeakean. In ancient times, the peat-rich forests that surround the swamp were the favorite hunting grounds of the native Chesapeakean and Nansemond tribes, who stalked deer, wild turkey, and feral hogs through black gum trees that turned a bright orange-pink in the fall. While more recently, the swamp served as a refuge for those escaping a life of slavery in the antebellum South. These days, the Great Dismal Swamp has been designated a national wildlife refuge, with contemporary conservation efforts ensuring a boom in the populations of black bears, bobcats, and otters, along with its 70 species of reptiles and amphibians, and its 213 varieties of birds. The swamp is even home to a few alligators, vagrants who swim up to the... Vagrants. Pasquatonk. What's up, y'all? It's Pasquatonk. No. They don't have it. No. Audrey with a 2 says, sleep is death, but with ads. I'm tired. Rah. Night-night. You going to bed, and if we don't see you, have a good B-day. Have fun. Be sure to love yourself and appreciate yourself. You've made it thus far. How to say Pasquatonk. Pasquatank. Okay. That seems fine to me. Cuddle a black bear cub. I know Mama would rip my face. You know the craziest thing is? A black bear cub will probably rip your face off too, dude. Oh my god. I swear to god I saw a video on Instagram years ago where like some person, this might not have been a black bear cub, but it was like a Kodiak bear cub or something, and someone let someone hold it. And she was like rubbing its belly or whatever, and it just like latched onto her like cheek, you know, the lower area of her chin, like a fucking pit bull, and it looked not comfortable. The swamp is even home to a few alligators, vagrants. The swamp is even home to a few alligators, vagrants who swim up the Pasquatank River from the wetlands of North Carolina. But in the late 1980s, it played host to one of the most chilling criminal events of the decade. Thomas Lee Bonney. Man. Dude, it was pretty nice out today, but it's so sad to see that it's going to be not nice forever again. It means Justin is special and powerful? Holy flick. Thomas Lee Bonney was born and raised in Chesapeake, Virginia, and as a young man he established an auto salvage yard, which he grew into a very successful business. He married a woman named Dorothy May in the late 1960s. Then, in August of 1968, they welcomed the first of 6 children into the world, a girl named Kathy Carol Bonney. Thomas loved his daughter dearly, but Dorothy May soon noticed a certain overprotectiveness in her husband. He was both a religious and reasonable man, meaning his wife felt perfectly comfortable in confronting such behavior. But when she raised the issue, Thomas made a heart-rending confession. Although he didn't go into too much detail, Thomas explained that he'd grown up in the shadow of a deeply abusive father. He was neglected for long periods of time, and whenever his father was around, he'd subject his young son to severe physical abuse for even the most minor of infractions. Thomas told Dorothy May that he loved and despised his father with equal measure, and that he was terrified of making the same terrible mistakes. His wife assured him that, together, they'd ensure that didn't happen, but Thomas never quite rid himself of his overprotective instincts. Despite Thomas Bonney's overbearing supervision, or perhaps as a result of it, his daughter's teenage years were characterized by a growing spirit of rebelliousness. When he emphasized the importance of her education, she responded by dropping out of high school. Then, after he tried to enforce a so-called no-dating rule, a 19-year-old Kathy began an illicit affair with a married man more than 20 years her senior. Concerned by his daughter's behavior, Thomas searched her bedroom for signs of anything troubling, and at a desk... You have horny drop bears in the trees near here. They make the most horrible sounds. Drop bears, that's koalas, right? Is that the same thing? And they got that one gangly nail that will infect you. Google just thought that your voice was my voice. Your voice? Oh. Google, play Breaking Bad, episode 1. My grandfather saw a guy feed a sandwich to a bear from a car. He was driving behind the man. All was going well until the bear reached in and grabbed the guy's arm. It was horrific. Yeah, it's really strange too, because like the manner in which like bears seem to attack sometimes, it's almost like do you ever see like grizzly bears when they attack? It's like they don't even like look at what they're about to attack. It's like they're trying to be sneaky or something about it, but then they just like grab it, and even while they're attacking, it's like they're like confused where they're looking and shit. It's fucking weird. Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul, which is better? I gotta be honest, I haven't really watched either in their entirety, but they both seem pretty fun. I guess Breaking Bad's more serious and Better Call Saul is a little more comedic. Mrs. Butters got her worth. There she blows. Concerned by his daughter's behavior, Thomas searched her bedroom for signs of anything troubling, and in a desk drawer, he found a letter written by her much older paramour. It's believed this letter contained extremely graphic depictions of... It's believed this letter contained extremely graphic descriptions of illicit acts, and upon reading it, Thomas became incensed. He explained to Kathy that dating such a venally deranged individual wasn't safe, and that extramarital affairs either ended with heartbreak or... Oh my gosh. Grizzlies eat you while you're alive. Oh my god, yeah. I saw like a video of like a grizzly had a hold of a salmon, and then it grabbed its skin just with like the tip of its teeth, kind of like when Squidward eats that like piece of hamburger, when like that SpongeBob close-up. But then the grizzly just like starts peeling the skin down the salmon, just like completely skins it alive with like its mouth. And I'm like, holy fuck! Like I don't know if salmon feel pain. Probably not, because they don't have a soul like us sick-ass humans do. But I imagine that probably wouldn't feel too good if a grizzly bear did that to your face. Sipping on some scissor. They also bury you to keep you fresh longer. That's crazy, man. God, I hope no time in my entire life do I ever come across a hungry grizzly. I don't even know why people even go out to those areas under the potential of coming across one. Your cousins and I got chased by a grizzly in California near Pioneer. Holy shit. That's just terrifying. I remember seeing a guy on like a mountain bike getting like legitimately chased for a long period of time on a mountain bike, and it's just what the fuck do you do? I mean, that's like the definition of like a horror movie. Encountered a grizzly in a parking lot at a lake once. By the time I saw it, I just got in the car. Holy fuck, man. I want to go to a cabin watch and listen to the wolves. Do you get triggered by Battlestar Galactica? Bears beats Battlestar Galactica. He explained to Kathy that dating such a venally deranged individual wasn't safe, and that extramarital affairs either ended with heartbreak at best or violence at worst. Yet to his horror, his daughter refused to listen. Thomas was faced with every father's worst nightmare. He loved his daughter. Fuck, man. Oh, shite. Quaking, really? What about their nail on a koala? I don't know, I always assumed a koala had like one gangly nail that's gonna get you sick. Like as it falls off the tree, if that nail like cuts down your back, like you're just screwed. Thomas was faced with every father's worst nightmare. He loved his daughter dearly, but her increasingly reckless behavior was putting her at risk in ways that was impossible for him to explain. Then, in late fall of 1987, Thomas Bonney's deepest and most primal fears became reality. On the morning of November... What am I reading about again? This is swamp people? Swamp folk? Hey, Coda, what's up, dude? How you doing? Melissa Jacobs, thank you for the 10. Says greetings from New England. Greetings. Greetings. Thank you for the 10. On the morning of November 22nd, Thomas contacted the Chesapeake Police Department to file a missing persons report. He told them that the previous evening he'd driven his daughter to a nearby 7-Eleven to meet a man named John. According to Kathy, John wanted to sell his old Chevy Blazer, which, due to its age and heavy mileage, was being offered at a very reasonable price. Naturally, she wanted to give the SUV a test drive before handing over the cash and had agreed to meet its owner at the 7-Eleven parking lot at around 9 p.m. Thomas agreed. Why do I start the live so late? I don't know, I've just been chilling. You chill with people and you take for granted that you make your own schedule and then you just screw yourself by staying up late. Late is best. When late becomes early. Manchester, what's up, dude? Are you feeling united? I've got the eepies. The eepies, the creepies, the moops, and the goops. You're not supposed to have a life outside of this channel, Joel. Don't you know that? Just kidding. I am a robot. Made to please all of you. Oh my god. Please let me read until all of you explode. Late is best unless your girlfriend is late or on her period. True. Thomas agreed to give Kathy a ride, but only if he could observe the meeting to ensure that it wasn't dating related. His daughter seemed only too happy to let him witness the exchange, so off they went. Thomas then recalled how upon arriving at the 7-Eleven parking lot, he witnessed his daughter's meeting with the Chevy's owner, John. Kathy climbed into the SUV's driver's seat, took it for a spin around the parking lot, then handed over the cash once she was happy with its performance. Thomas said that he congratulated his daughter on the successful purchase of her first car. Then, in her excitement, she asked if she could take it for a spin before meeting him back home. Realizing that stifling one of his daughter's first major milestones would be stupid, the usually overprotective Thomas agreed to the proposal, but not without a warning to be home before midnight. Kathy agreed and claimed, Wait, water and fire tarot. Just based on the fact that someone is a Gemini and such. Mercury. How, like, what's your process in, like, figuring out their trajectory or their future or their something of the sorts? Naughty Neko, thank you. Welcome to the Buttersoft Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Can you imitate Jim Carrey's voice as he plays the Grinch? What does he sound like in the Grinch? Stupid pile of crap. I don't actually know. What does the Grinch sound like again? I'm curious about astrology now. No, Justin, I'm not. But I was just wanted to know, like, hypothetically, what she does for work. Oops. Jim Carrey, the Grinch. First off, factory rejects. Those hoes are hard to frazzle, Max. There you go. Yeah, I'm asking for a school project. I'm researching psychopathy. No, I'm just kidding. I just base it on energy, throw it on the cards, and let the universe guide me. I've been doing it for 8 years, over 5,000 readings. You think one complaint? Fuck, man. That's crazy. So you just did one with me? Is that what you did earlier while saying those particular things? The scene where the Echo insults him, yeah, that's funny. What's up, April? No, I haven't read you yet. Well, do I have to be like... Well, yeah, go ahead and do it, and then just email me your readings. Let's see what your findings are, just out of curiosity. Unto a fortune smelling, he said that he had to keep my socks. Is he going to give them back? No, that's what he earned those, honestly. Haven't watched Invincible. Yeah, Invincible Season 1 was good. Invincible Season 2 was not as good. And I stopped watching Invincible Season 3 because I got bored. I don't know why they don't realize that, like, Omni-Man's the only fucking reason I want to... Like, Omni-Man and the story behind, like, the... What are they called? The ventriloquists? Or whatever, the Viltrumites? Like, they're the only interesting part of the show. Like, I don't care about Mark anymore. I'm like, don't give a shit about the CIA or whatever they are at the Pentagon there, because it seems like they kind of, like, ruin that. I don't know. And then they completely got rid of the one dude that was a demon that was, like, doing investigations. His storyline was interesting. I don't know. Season 1 went so hard. Season 1 went so hard in Invincible, and then they just, like, completely... utterly lost their direction with all these, like, side characters and side stories. It's just like, oh, who cares, man? Sorry, it's me being mean. I mean, it's a great show, but it's just Season 1 was peak. How many stories we got left? We got this one and then one. Yep, used to do healthcare shit. Used to be in the Illuminati, etc., etc. Don't bully them. I'm not trying to bully them. I do feel bad sometimes when I talk shit on a TV show or like a movie, because I mean it did legitimately require like somebody's time and energy and writing capacities. Me and my one friend wanted to watch this show called Search Party, and it had the one girl from Arrested Development in it. Dude, that show fucking sucks. Like, that show sucks bad. Like, that show is so fucking bad. Like, I don't even know what happened to writers half the time with these shows. Like, remember whenever like HBO would put out like absolute banger after banger after banger for shows, and then AMC kind of got into it with fucking Walking Dead, and then they did Breaking Bad, and it just, you know, I mean, I'm sure there's still shows, but dude, the notable decline of capabilities of writers in Hollywood is like genuinely sad, like actually kind of scary, and makes me kind of think like, maybe I throw my penis into the ring. Yeah, 6 feet under. Sopranos predict the Grinch movie's inception to the big screen. I hope so, man. I hope so. Oh yeah, Westworld was pretty sweet for a little bit there. The same 4 people in the same 2 networks. Oh, maybe that's it. Maybe it's just too centralized. Which is bad, because when everything's like too centralized, it goes through like way too many filters before it eventually makes it to your eyes, and you just get this like sterilized non-representation of truth. Like, all it is going to be like some sort of strange echo chamber of the people that are okayed it, you know, and whatever weird realms of Twitter they've ended up on gets put in front of your face, and you just have to pretend like it's not the dumbest shit you've ever seen. I keep hearing about Severance, but I've not seen it. What's all that about? Having the same pool of people writing stories across shows, comics, etc. It's really not great. Yeah, that is strange. I wonder why that is. Maybe they're just... Well, that would indicate that people above them are choosing them to do it or something. I don't even know. It's deeply fabricated and bland and lacks any genuine life or creativity. What, the Severance show, or just writing in general? It does suck, because, I mean, you can just tell, like, the people that write the majority of more recent shows, I don't know, do they just not go outside? Do they not get a lot of life experience? Like, I'm sure there's limitations because of how politicized, like, entertainment is nowadays, which is very sad. That you just don't get any, like, you know, nuanced take of anything anymore. You only get, like, the most mentally ill people, like, leading the way. And then you kind of incentivize, like, mental illness within Hollywood as well, because if you don't think a certain way, you don't make money. You know what I mean? And that's kind of, like, how does that... Think about this. If you had a rat in a cage, and it didn't get cheese unless you let it, it let you shock it. But not only did it have to, like, let it you shock it, it had to be excited about getting shocked, and it had to smile while getting shocked. I feel like that's going to create a very strange rat, you know? Despite all my rage. Kathy agreed and climbed into the driver's seat of her brand new Chevy, and then drove off with a toot of her horn. But upon waking up the following morning, Thomas discovered that neither his daughter nor her new car were anywhere to be found. Police told Thomas his fatherly concern was understandable, but in the eyes of the law, Kathy was an adult who was free to do as she pleased. Under the circumstances, a missing persons report could be filed after 24 hours without contact. Thomas tried waiting until 9 p.m. Thomas tried waiting until the 9 p.m. deadline, but was so gripped with terror over his daughter's well-being that he called back just prior to 7 to express his anxiety. Then, and only then, was an officer dispatched to the Bonney family home. Upon the arrival of law enforcement, Thomas repeated his account of giving Kathy a ride to purchase the SUV. He believed that John, the vehicle's apparent owner, might somehow be involved in his daughter's disappearance. But given her newfound mobility, She could have driven just about anywhere before getting herself into trouble. Thomas also mentioned the extramarital affair Kathy had been conducting and how he believed the man in question was a dangerous deviant. Then, after sharing as much pertinent information as possible, the officer thanked Thomas for his time and then departed his residence. For Kathy's friend and family, the night of November 21st was a sleepless one, and while many feared that driving at night on deserted Virginia highways had resulted in some kind of road accident, others suspected Kathy's recklessness had finally borne. Bore or born? Where's Ollie? Ollie, is it Kathy's recklessness has finally borne a terrible fruit or bore a terrible fruit? Wouldn't it be bore? Bore, okay. Thank you. Oh, are you getting off? Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't even realize that. Head off to dinner. Okay, take care. Peace out. I'm gonna play a sound of a mech warrior online. Is that okay? That is fine. And perfect, honestly. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Thank you. While many feared that driving at night on deserted Virginia highways had resulted in... Shite. While many feared that driving at night on deserted Virginia highways had resulted in some kind of road accident, others suspected Kathy's recklessness had finally bore a terrible fruit. Yet the reality was much more horrifying. The following afternoon, a local hunter named James Sawyer was trudging along a heavily wooded area near the Great Dismal Swamp Canal when he made a deeply alarming discovery. A pair of blood-stained underwear. Man, I almost feel like I should get off after this. Maybe not. I think I might be able to finish. Go do your Duolingo. You can learn Pig Latin. A pair of blood-stained underwear was sitting near the water's edge, and just a few feet away, the naked body of an adult female was lying in a disturbingly unnatural position. Her torso was riddled with gunshot wounds, and she'd been so badly beaten that she could only be identified via fingerprints. Then and only then did police realize that the victim in question was the missing 19-year-old Kathy Bonney. A subsequent search of the teenager's bedroom revealed a half-finished letter to her married paramour, the contents of which had never been made public, along with some adult magazines and a pair of handcuffs. Thomas was devastated. He had long suspected that his daughter's older lover was priming her for deviancy, and the discovery of the handcuffs seemed only to confirm his worst fears. In light of that, his cooperation with detectives was enthusiastic to say the least, with Thomas giving hours upon hours of recorded interviews in the hopes that some minor detail would force a break in the case. Yet the more he talked, the more certain inconsistencies in his story became apparent. The first thing that aroused the detective's suspicion was the casual change of detail in Thomas's story. For weeks, he'd claimed to have driven his daughter to the test drive in his wrecker. Driven? Oh, I see. His wrecker. Duolingo reminder prompts should be funny, like the time for Spanish or vanish with Duo holding concrete boots. That would be good. Spanish or vanish. Hey, Pooja, what's up, dude? Spanish or vanish. Yeah, it's pretty good, pretty cool to see the stream like stay over 500 viewers pretty consistently. Primed for deviancy. What's up, Sam? How we doing? For weeks, he claimed to have driven his daughter to the test drive in his wrecker. Then one day, he suddenly claimed to have used a Chevrolet. Thomas also told detectives that in the weeks before his daughter's murder, he'd sold his 9-shot .22 revolver for $100. But when police asked the name of the person he'd sold it to, Thomas claimed that he couldn't remember. Detectives then spoke to Thomas's business partner, whom he operated the salvage yard with. In his experience, Thomas was an honest, hardworking, and deeply conscientious person, a man who made doing business with him a pleasure. But over the previous few weeks, he'd started noticing something strange. One day, Tom's partner approached him with a solution to an ongoing problem they'd been experiencing. He explained the situation, then laid out the proposed solution in as simple a manner as possible. Yet to his surprise, Thomas Bonney didn't seem to know what he was talking about. He remained quiet, maintained a confused, almost bewildered look about him. Then when his partner asked if he understood, Thomas replied with a nervous-sounding, "Yes, sir." Firstly, Thomas never, ever called his partner sir. The two weren't exactly close friends, but they'd been working together long enough to have developed a casual but trusting relationship. The most formal Thomas ever got was calling his partner by his first name, so when the sir said, "So where had the sir? Where the fuck had the sir come from?" Do I use a voice changer? Is this all natural? All natural, baby. Let's go. Oh, natural. Big natural, as they call me. I got a big natural voice. The most formal Thomas ever got was calling his partner by his first name, so where had the sir suddenly come from? Later that day, Thomas's business partner reapproached him regarding his potential solution just to make sure all had been understood. Thomas seemed to have returned to his composed and confident self, but to his partner's confusion, he claimed to have no recollection of the discussion regarding their problem. Assuming Thomas had been preoccupied and had not fully listened, his partner re-explained his proposal. Thomas understood perfectly, gave him the go-ahead, then concluded the discussion amicably. His partner was pleased, yet remained so unsettled regarding Thomas's apparent memory loss that it was one of the first things he mentioned when questioned by police. Detectives soon turned to Kathy's siblings for answers in December. Detectives soon turned to Kathy's siblings for answers, and in December of '87, they spoke to her younger sister. Susan Bonney claimed that, despite his wholesome veneer, her paranoid control freak of a father was feared by all his children, but none more so than she. You see, it was her that had seen bloodstains in her father's Chevy on the same night Kathy was thought to have disappeared. It was her that had pretended not to see them, and it was her that prayed her father remained ignorant of her discovery. Not wishing to raise suspicion, detectives found a way of casually asking about the Chevy's whereabouts when Thomas told them he'd sold it in the days following his daughter's disappearance. They rushed to track it down, and in doing so, a terrible truth began to emerge. After seizing Thomas Bonney's Chevy from his new owner, forensic investigators conducted a thorough analysis of the suspect. Coffee time. I wish, man. I would drink caffeine all day if it meant that it wouldn't keep me from falling asleep. I love caffeine, man. I just love it. How big are my naturals? They call me a double D reader. No issues whatsoever. Latoki, what's up, dude? After seizing Thomas Bonney's Chevy from its new owner, forensic investigators conducted a thorough analysis of the suspect vehicle. They located the bloodstains Susan had referred to, along with long strands of hair in the vehicle's trunk, and then quickly determined both belonged to Kathy. It's not clear how Thomas Bonney got wind of the investigation's sudden shift, but on December 11th of 1987, he fled Chesapeake. Is it Chesapeake? I'm going to be so mad if I've been saying it wrong the whole time. I feel like it's got to be Chesapeake. If I've been saying it wrong, I'm going to be sad, because I don't know if I'll be able to change it. Tanzania. You know, maybe I should remain ignorant. Chesapeake, thank God. Thank God. Yeah. I'm gonna have to have voice reduction surgery one day. Man. Having giant tits does seem like a big issue, though, honestly. Just these giant fucking knockers just holding your, like, making you lean over like you're always checking your phone, forcing you into poor posture. Oh, man. I remember seeing a lady on Howard Stern. Do you remember when, like, Howard Stern could show nudity and stuff back in the day? Does it still do that? Do people still get naked on Howard Stern? And I remember this lady had such giant knockers that she would, like, pick the one up and then, like, slam it down on, like, a soda can, and it would just absolutely fucking crush, like, obliterate the soda can. It was awesome. 12-year-old me was losing my fucking mind. The Chesapeake Cheesecake Bay. I remember the saddest one, honestly, one of the absolute saddest ones was, what's his name? Howard Stern had brought on a group of random dudes that, like, had micro penises, right? Very unfortunate circumstance. And I don't know, like, you know, they just would come up and then, like, Howard Stern would sit there and just kind of, like, make fun of them, essentially, which was really sad. Like, he literally would have them come up naked. I mean, I guess they felt fine with it or whatever. And then just say what it was like and how big and, you know, what their existence was. And, man, it was just, it looked just so sad, I guess. BTS Army. Yeah, yep. What's up? Yeah, literally just like humiliation. And then, yeah, I mean, he's had Beetlejuice on for years. I mean, Beetlejuice is a legend, though. It's not clear how Thomas Bonney got wind of the investigation's sudden shift, but on December 11th of 1987, he fled Chesapeake in the middle of the night. Dorothy May was so alarmed by some of the things her husband said and did as he packed up his car that she reported herself to the police that same day, claiming she couldn't protect herself or her children from a man she no longer recognized. The manhunt lasted almost 2 months. Then on I remember the show. Why the hell was I watching it? I don't know. Just morbid fascination, I suppose, with all the circus freaks of the world. Sometimes we can't help but just stare. The heat is killing you? Damn, I wish it was hot here. Maybe I don't. It is interesting, though. The sort of transition between seasons makes the weather pretty crazy with, like, storms and shit. The cold front, hot front. Cold front, is it? Yeah, cold front, hot front? Cold front, heat front? That doesn't sound right. Heat wave? No, not heat wave. The cold front and heat front? I don't know. Warm front. I knew it was one of those words. The manhunt lasted 2 months. Then, on January 31st of 1988, Thomas Bonney was arrested in Indiana. Once back in Virginia and having been detained on suspicion of his daughter's disappearance, Thomas was interviewed extensively by psychologist Dr. Paul Dell. Using hypnotherapy, Dr. Dell was able to identify 10 separate personalities contained within Bonnie's mind, leading the doctor to conclude that Thomas was one of the most profoundly deranged individuals he'd ever come across. Along with Tom, the so-called host personality... The host. You are my host. People are starting to get allergies in places because of pollen, and I'm like, already? Yeah, I don't know. It's probably just fucking chemtrails, dude. Fucking blowing all that shit down in people. Because I swear to God, like on the days that they like spray really heavy, it's like my allergies are just like dog shit. Can I add the bonfire sound for next podcast? I've tried to do it, but the one that I did, it sounds way too crackly, and it's kind of like a high frequency crackle, and maybe only I hear it, but it's bleh, it doesn't sound good. Maybe like an actual bonfire that's maybe more natural sounding. Yeah, that's what it's called, an icy hot. I know, it always kind of blows my mind. I mean, like, I'm not even like necessarily like a huge, I don't know exactly what the origins of the chemtrail thing is, but it's like, you can see like cross-hatching in the sky from like the planes and shit, and you can like see that like over time it starts to dissipate outwards, and it turns the sky like this wispy gray that otherwise, you know, most contrails that, you know, exist would like, disappear like as soon as it's laid. But, and you know, you tell people about it and they look at you like you're crazy, but I'm like, you never looked up in the sky and just like saw like the fucking, like been like, oh, it was a nice clear sky, and then they fucking went over with planes and now it's fucking gray, like weirdly cloudy in like a unnatural manner. I don't know. Not saying it's anything, I'm just saying, man. Just take a look up once in a while. It's an aerosol full of heavy metals and poison. Nobody looks up and questions. It's very strange, you know what I mean? Like, that's the one like theory that I feel like would at least make people be like, what the fuck is that, you know? But I don't really know. What's the point of it though? What's the point of like spraying heavy metals? Is it literally just like fucking up the soil or like giving people allergies, or what's like, I don't get it. Your rose toy is charging in the moonlight. Hell yeah, dude. I guess we joked about that, the one at the end of the stream, to control us. Yeah, I guess so, but like, what does it do? What is it controlling? Are you just absorbing all of the heavy metals into your body? Is it just for controlling how like GMO seeds grow or whatever? It just seems like if you're going to poison people, why like do it in such like a long, extended way, you know? I guess if like you did get an accumulation of like heavy metals within your system, maybe it would cause cardiac events where there's like blockages, or maybe it would make your immune system like shittier. You just get like a shittier immune system over time, something like that. Your body becomes like an antenna. So it's almost like you would become easier to track, I guess, or something. Former CIA Director John Brennan admits it's weather modification. Well, that makes sense too, because I mean, like, it almost makes sense in that, like, it's almost brilliant if it is like a multi-variable plan, because you control the weather so there's never like droughts in areas where you don't want droughts, because obviously in Pennsylvania it's a pretty agricultural heavy area, so you're going to want food to grow and you're going to need rain to exist in that area, but you're also going to want to make sure that only your specific seeds grow as well. So that's where the heavy metals would come in within the soil, and only specifically designed GMO seeds would grow. But then, is it anything beyond that? Like, is it literally just something to dampen people's immune systems, or to make them like a two-way communication system via the heavy metals? But that would be, well, I don't know. I guess you don't put it by anybody at this point. I just hate half-ass rain. If it's gonna rain, you better fucking rain. Storms, heavy wind. I want to be like Lieutenant Dan. That's funny. Social media nowadays is so manipulating. It's crazy. I love YouTube always. It's good stuff. Freaking government always messing with the weather. I know, man. I mean, I don't know. Everybody knows about HARP at this point. You might as well just like come out and say it. Like, maybe they can't like straight up control or create storms, but they can definitely probably amplify them to an extent. Even if it's just like indirectly in some way. Maybe it is nanobots. That's a good point too. Maybe it literally is nanobots comprised of like aluminium and bromium and blah blah blah. Which would be so fucking weird, man. What a strange long con, you know what I mean? What a strange long extended play by some sort of like unknown, unsaid group of individuals who are like so capable of like controlling systems and compartmentalization, where you never quite know what, you don't tell your left hand what your right hand's doing, kind of thing. But it seems stupid. Like, how do we have to break their spell? That's what I'm thinking. It has to be some type of spell to break down their hatred or need for control or something. But I guess if you keep getting, like we've talked about this before, if you get to the way top, maybe it is like some sort of lizard folk or something that just don't look at us as like anything. Maybe they don't look at us as humans, Maybe the people at the way top genuinely do not view us as anything other than cattle, The answers are in the stars. Perhaps. I sound like I'm stalking you. I am. Be ready at any moment. Is COVID still a thing? Yeah, I mean the fallout from it for sure. That's how you think you get the nanobots into us? Well, what happens next? You get nanobots via spraying, then what happens? Do you create these on-screen animation stuff? I do not know. That's Mr. Robin Mikalsen. Who are you talking about? Just block it. Wish you could have a mature, normal talk. Who are you talking about? Yeah, if someone's bothering you, if someone's bothering a mod in the chat, just time them out or whatever. What's the latest strain of COVID? I don't even fucking care or know. Oh, it's IRL. Okay, no worries. They alter your DNA with nanotech. Well, what's the point, though? So you can have sex with aliens or something? And like interbreed with aliens? Which honestly would be smart. Well, not really. Do we need to have sex with aliens? Oh, you squat 135 today? Nice, Meg. That's crazy. Did you go below parallel? Moving on is the best thing you can do. Oh, yeah. Nanobots changing our DNA to be more obedient. Oh. See, that's so stupid. That's not actually impressive to me. You know what I mean? If you had like a big worldwide conspiracy to like control the world, that's kind of cheating, don't you think? Wouldn't you rather have a population that loves you, but not through like manipulated genetic means? Wouldn't you rather have a population that you've convinced that you're actually... Because honestly, you could make the population pretty happy and still keep them under control, I think. You don't need to put them through like non-stop, ever-present pain and suffering, or even immune system suppression. Like, you could keep a population on Earth pretty healthy for a long time and be fucking fine, But maybe that's not the plan. Maybe the plan is literally to like harvest our suffering. I don't know. Must be weird when you don't understand how anything works. It is. It's pretty weird. Because then I start making stuff like this up in my head. But it's fun, isn't it? Being schizo. I want to grow more limbs. Where can I order that? I don't know. New frequencies aimed at use. That's how I think they're going to activate them. What happens when that happens? Hey Lisa, thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. In Wales. I need to spray my throat again. I'm getting hoarse. Chemtrails, immune system suppression. Makes sense. It's in the Bible. Jesus tells you to love your enemy. Great advice for humanity. Yeah, but presumably the people at the way top or any sort of positions of power probably don't follow that perspective. Honestly, I feel like that's kind of why Christians are so easy to bash on, because it's literally like what's, in their philosophy of when people talk shit on you, like turn the other cheek and let them, slap you on the other butt cheek and spread your cheeks and do whatever they want to you, because, I don't know, in the end, God's got you. But the other religions don't really allow that, it seems, you know what I mean? God, my voice is so squeaky, meeky. You dare me to say that in church? What term? Spread the other cheek. As Jesus said, spread the other cheek. Wonder what happened to the cloning they were doing. I don't know. I never heard about any cloning, but I do remember in the 90s they had cloned a sheep, so it honestly does make me wonder sometimes, like, if you were to clone a human, would you match their exact, like, memories and thoughts and all that kind of stuff? Here's a thought: maybe no one is controlling us. What about influencing? Does influencing make a little bit of sense? Because obviously you can't directly control someone until you quite physically can, but maybe this is the preliminary steps leading to total control. Along with Tom, the so-called host personality, Dell identified personas named Satan, Mammy, Demian, Viking, Tommy, Hitman, Preacher, Dad, and finally, Kathy. These personas had been created by Thomas's psyche, with each serving as a conduit by which he could process the horrific abuses of his childhood, which were apparently far, far worse than anyone had been led to believe. Dr. Dell conducted extensive interviews with many of Thomas's split personalities, including one in which he claimed Kathy was still alive and visited him in his cell every night once the guards turned out the lights. In Dr. Dell's opinion, such prolonged, damn dude, we've been yapping for so long, I'm never going to finish these stories. It's been more than enough time I can imagine they would progress with it. I'd eat my clone just to see what it's like. Would you jerk your clone off? That's the big question. That's what everybody really wants to know. Is it gay? I don't control you every Wednesday and Sunday. I influence you. I mean, that would be kind of sweet. Send your clone to go do work or something. Dr. Dell conducted extensive interviews with many of Thomas's split personalities, including one in which he claimed Kathy was still alive and visited him in his cell every night once the guards turned out the lights. In Dr. Dell's opinion, Such prolonged interactions left him in no doubt whatsoever that Thomas was suffering from an acutely severe case of dissociative identity disorder, along with post-traumatic stress disorder and mixed personality disorder. Dr. Dell also claimed Thomas had extensively expanded on his childhood traumas, how his father had subjected him to unthinkable levels of emotional and physical torture, and that his issues surrounding control stemmed from the sudden and unexpected death of his grandmother when he was just 10 years old. However, at Thomas's trial, a prosecution-appointed psychiatrist contested Dell's diagnosis. Dr. Philip Coons had not interviewed Thomas personally, nor did his Oh man, yeah, maybe I do. Well, the next one's not that long, I don't think. It's not gay if it crosses your mind. Have you ever thought about that? Wait, what's crossing my mind? My clone's jizz. It's like flying across the room. You have like a clone that you can send to work. You're like, finally, I got a clone to send to work, but then it just like aggressively jerks off at work and you get fired. You're like, fuck, no, I'm going to jail. I guess it could go to jail for you. Oh my god, you could send a clone to jail. Imagine being born a clone and you're just immediately sent to jail to replace Jeffrey Epstein. What's up, Stone? How we doing? Dr. Philip Coons had not interviewed Thomas personally, nor did he posit any official diagnoses. But after reviewing a whopping 13 hours of Dell's footage, he realized the doctor had almost completely failed to maintain proper standards of care. Not only was Dr. Dell's line of questioning unbefitting of a psychiatric interview, but he had allowed Bonnie to ramble, asked him suggestive and leading questions, and had improperly suggested to Bonnie that he might have other personalities while the patient was under hypnosis. And what's more, Dr. Coons argued that the death of a family member was insufficient to induce a dissociative identity You ever sneeze and fart by mistake? Oh yeah. Shot it across the hallway. The boss said, "You're finally earning your paycheck, huh?" Yeah, like your clone who's just like completely like brain dead and just doing like baseline human activities of like eating and shitting themselves, but the whole time the boss is like, "God damn it, Joel, you're really ripping it up here, huh? I always knew you liked me more than just friends." What's more, Dr. Coons argued that the death of a family member was insufficient to induce a dissociative identity disorder, then made the shocking claim that Thomas's symptoms might have actually been created by Dr. Dell's hypnosis. Dr. Coons' testimony was somewhat backed up by a physician who interacted with Thomas Bonnie during treatment in October of 1988. This physician argued Thomas was indeed displaying symptoms consistent with Dr. Dell's diagnosis, but disagreed with the idea that Thomas had somehow blacked out while murdering Kathy, or was otherwise unaware of the severity of his acts. In summation, the prosecution's argument was as follows. On the night of Kathy's murder, it had in fact been Thomas Bonnie's idea to go check out on... God. Dude, I just like had like weird... Do you ever have like fucking memories from like 10 years ago? Just like flood into your brain? Like more than 10 years ago. Holy shit. I just like have like specific memories like go into my head about like leaving clinical at this one specific hospital and like walking to my like car and like what the parking area looks like, and fucking Christ, dude. Honestly, there was nothing I enjoyed more in nursing than getting to my car and going the fuck home. Yeah, it's a side effect of the chemtrails. They're inside of me. I don't even know. It's not even deja vu necessarily. It's just weird because it's like one of those memories where it's like I was an adult when it happened, right? But it happened so long ago that it feels like so distant that it's like a childhood memory, you know what I mean? But I was an adult. I don't know. It's just like so strange. Why did I go into nursing? It was like a good job and I wanted to quote unquote help people or whatever. The same shit you tell yourself, or every like 18-year-old tells themselves when they get out of college.
I think I want to do this because I want to help people. I want to help everyone on Earth by wiping their ass.
And despising my coworkers. And working endless hours on night shift till I have a mental breakdown in the break room. Which did happen, not to me, but to when I worked night shift, there was a woman, she was married with kids, and we were in the break room, like, just starting the shift, and then she just, like, the realization of, like, that I had already had within, like, 2 weeks of being at, the job, but she was like, we just keep doing this, and there's no sun, we never see the sun. I mean, that was probably the big issue. She probably could work day shift and be fucking fine, but, I just remember her like like fucking bawling while giving me a hug, and it was like, I was like, sorry, bruh. Get your shit together. We gotta go wipe ass and get people addicted to morphine. How long was I nurse? It was like 6 years. But I was doing YouTube during that time. I used to trust the medical field, but the ER overdosed me on serotonin. It messed me up for like a year. In the moment I thought I was going to die, it made me feel like nothing was real. They gave you serotonin? I didn't even know that was like something they synthesized. 6 years is a long time. I mean, it's long enough to like get a vibe of like a career per se, to an extent. It's not like I had ton of experience in all sorts of fields of whatever, but I got a vision of it. Who doesn't want to do triple shifts? Just live there, dude. I thought serotonin and dopamine were good for you. Well, I mean, in the right balance, just like normal hormones in the right balance, they're good, but anything out of balance, too low or too high, and they can be pretty catastrophic. Did patients ever comment about your voice? I mean, they liked me. I would say every patient I ever had like enjoyed me. I never had like any complaints, and some people like preferred me whenever they would get like, sometimes they would switch up your quote unquote team. If you're a nurse, you have like, some places call it like a team or like a set of patients. And I remember getting like a different team, even though you're used to those ones as you come in different nights or days or whatever. And some people would like ask to have me again as opposed to some other nurse. And Nurse Joel has such a sultry voice as he's cleaning up my incontinence. Was I a nurse's aide before nurse? I was not, no. I was always kind of jealous of those people because they had like much more just familiarity with the environment, you know what I mean, going into it. But it was just one of those things, it's just so weird. It's just one of those things that I just did to do, I did it because this is what my parents said should be decent pay, and that it would, I would get to like maybe do other shit, but yes. I'm going to wipe your ass now. Get ready. Here I come. It's like like they're laying on their side and the door slightly creaks open and, the hallway light kind of peels against the wall and they're like, their eyes open and like, what the fuck? And then they just hear me behind them. Hello. I'm going to be your nurse today. Time for your 50 suppositories. both my fists in your mouth and then your ass is gonna meet in the middle. 3, 2, 1, go! Yeah, YouTube is like... Going from nursing to YouTube is like going from being like sleeping in mud in India, but like in a ditch, to being like Steve Jobs. That's what it feels like. But like if Steve Jobs was still alive and healthy. On the night of Kathy's murder, it had in fact been Thomas Bonney's idea to go check out an SUV that was for sale, but the entire story had been nothing but a fabrication. It's clear the pair stopped by the 7-Eleven that Thomas spoke of, as Susan Bonney actually witnessed her father's vehicle pulling out of the lot. However, instead of taking Kathy to view a car, he drove her south towards the North Carolina state line, where a violent argument ensued. Thomas confronted his daughter regarding the extramarital affair that she was conducting. Then, when he was told to mind her own... What's up, Judith? Did you unlock your buttersock yet? Fuck, man, I might have to jump off after this just to sleep and then record the next one. It's all good, baby. Then when he was told to mind his own business, he pulled over, dragged her out of the car, then shot her to death at the side of the road. Then, to make it look as if she'd been killed by a lover, Thomas Bonney stripped Kathy of her bloody... How do my parents feel about YouTube? They're fine with it, you know. Like, initially I literally did not tell them. I told them that I did YouTube and that I kind of, you know, made some money from it, and they never really were interested or whatever. But I was like terrified that whenever I quit nursing, that they would like, what, you know, kind of thing. But then when they were like, oh, I mean, are you able to support yourself? And I'm like, yep. And they're like, oh, all right, cool. And they didn't. That was literally it. The conversation was over. I was like, wow, all this pressure I put on myself to like please them in like a career direction, to have some sort of like stable whatever the fuck. All they cared about was that I was not have to want, you know what I mean? First year as an aide in my first semester in pre-nursing. What was the most difficult part of the schooling? I guess it was just understanding, and this is not throughout every class in nursing, but just understanding that maybe at some point, depending on what program you're in, either your sophomore year or earlier, you will literally have to take classes where you do material at the beginning of the week and then have a test that next Monday, you know what I mean? So you'll do material that class, probably some labs or clinical stuff throughout the week, and then a test a week from then. And you'll have multiple classes like that. And you will have to figure out systems in which that you can study in a short, because, you know, a lot of times in normal college classes, you might have like multiple weeks between like tests or whatever, but like it just moves very fast. And unfortunately, it's going to require, you know, average human intelligence a decent amount of time to just lock in. You got to lock in if you want to make it happen. And that's fine. You'll do it. You'll lock in. I mean, there were people there that were fucking, you know, had full-time jobs and shit, and they were the best students because they went to their full-time job, then they came home and studied, took care of their family. They had everything like blocked, you know, in blocks or whatever, where it was like the young students who just wanted to fuck around and party, which is the worst idea ever, because then you're just like, I don't know. It's just really, you really don't want to fail anything. It's a pain in the ass and it costs you money. There's no refunds. I've been watching you for years, literally a couple of your videos, and when you don't post, I go back to your old videos. Your voice really puts me to sleep. Thank you. You're welcome, Moo. Good to see you. Thank you. A&P has already been a struggle this semester. Well, that's okay. I mean, A&P is hard, you know? A&P is hard. But, you know, just right now, think like, okay, I have A&P Mondays or whatever, Tuesdays, Wednesday, whatever day of the week you have it. Then you got probably a lab or some shit you got to go do. But just say, like, you know, if you haven't figured out a system or days in which you, like, cram your brain full of the study material or whatever, ask your professor, like, go up to them and just be like, hey, what would be your recommended technique so that I can do well in this class? And they're like, okay, well, when you come in, we do this on this class, and you do the study guide or whatever, and then you read over it, you know, on this day, whatever. Keep it strong and be the next Mr. Beast. I don't even know if I want to be Mr. Beast, honestly. The poor guy seems like he's living in like a strange type of hell. Do I still do things at the side, like learning new skills? Not for nursing or anything like that, but just normal life, yeah. Did you work while in school? I mean, I worked on the weekends. I was fortunate that my parents, like, well, not that my parents, but I took out, like, large, exorbitant amounts of loans to, like, rent, to get, like, you know, rent apartments and stuff while I was in college. And on the weekends, I would work at a bar. But I would still, you know, cram and study and shit like that. But, you know, unfortunately, if you take out money for your living expenses, it does rack up very quick, and then you got to pay those loans back in your adult life. What's the new skill that I'm presently learning? Really just managing a business, not just related to YouTube, but I think I had mentioned about how I, like, started a gym. And, like, just a word of advice, don't ever open up a gym. It's not a good idea. It's not a very sustainable situation, hence why, like, all those, like, major ones across the nation, like, bank on most people not coming in but paying like $10 a month or whatever the fuck it is. Too much maintenance with the gym. Yeah. Oh yeah, I thought I told you guys about it. I guess I don't mention it too often. It's kind of low key because I don't want to, like, I don't want someone showing up there and then, you know, killing me or something like that. But I'm not going to ever say what it is, and I hope you don't go looking into it because it would be weird. But no, it's like, it's got, you know, it's kind of like a multi-purpose gym. Like, there's all sorts of different stuff, like, an options there, I suppose. Yeah, the gym's called Ram Ranch. It's heckin' cool. Probably a lot of liability. I mean, yeah, for sure. Get people to sign all their waivers and whatever the fuck. I am live. What's up, dude? I heard gyms and nightclubs were always the worst to open up. Yeah, nightclubs seems like it would be definitely pretty bad dealing with all that shit. You mean to yell at you to do push-ups? Get down there! A pogo gym, yeah. It's like those, like, bouncy shoes. We just have classes with middle-aged women on pogo sticks. It's awesome. The top is optional, babe. Yeah. I mean, I do hope that it's a sustainable process in the long run, because it is a nice community of people and it's growing. You know, it's just, it takes some creativity. Then, to make it look as if she'd been killed by a lover, Thomas Bonney stripped Kathy of her bloodied clothes, made sure to leave her underwear clearly visible to anyone who might discover her, then beat his own daughter's face to a bloody pulp to give the impression her murder was a crime of passion. Bonnie's defense team announced that they agreed with almost half the prosecution's version of events. However, in their opinion, it had been Kathy who, in the heat of the moment, had reached for the firearm she knew her father kept in his glove compartment. The defense then argued that during the ensuing struggle for Thomas's firearm, it accidentally discharged, and this is when the persona known as Damien took hold. Damien, I guess it's Demian? Demian? I don't even know. Joe, I have a sister who's a police officer and she has some wild stories I should submit. Yeah, definitely send them in. Let's read submissions. jrod@gmail.com. Jrod, thank you. Appreciate you. Honestly, yeah, I can use your guys' prayers and well wishes as much as you're willing to give them, honestly. If we can move things in the right direction. Put the perks down. The defense then argued that during the ensuing struggle for Thomas's firearm, it accidentally discharged, and this is when the persona known as Demian took hold. To Demian, Kathy was not his child, merely a threat to be eliminated. Demian had been created to protect Thomas's Bonnie. But this is so insane. There's so much shit in court that just pisses me off that it's like precedent. That these like, imagine like the first lawyer that was like, okay, guys, picture this. My client is fucking nuts. Like really, really crazy. So crazy, in fact, that I don't even think he should get in trouble. Oh, okay. Not that much. I was like, yeah, that's a good point, yeah. The Joker, yes. Lawyer Joker. My father was nuts. I can so vividly imagine the places since I've been to Appalachia so often. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, that one really blew up. That's like, I'll be honest with you, like I don't recall like a normal video of mine in like a while ever really getting a sudden boost. Like this one, like it's only 2 weeks ago, the Appalachian Mountain Stories has 375K. Like that's kind of weird for me. I normally like can crest 100,000, but definitely not twice that much. To Demian, Kathy was not his child, merely a threat to be eliminated. Demian had been created to protect Thomas Bonnie. It was the persona's one and only purpose, and protect him it did. 2 hours after murdering his own daughter, Tom returned home, possibly owing to the condition diagnosed by Dr. Dell. He was able to look his dead wife in his eyes. And in the eyes. He was, let me read that over again. Do you remember the last Alaska video you did a few years ago? My submission was the first story. Oh, nice. That's crazy. What happened in that? It's been a while. Your Honor, my client was going sicko mode. 2 hours later, no. 2 hours after murdering his own daughter, Tom returned home, and possibly owing to the condition diagnosed by Dr. Bell, he was able to look his wife dead in the eyes and ask with all sincerity, "Where's Kathy?" Bonnie's defense team made a compelling argument, but the jury disagreed, and following a 7-week trial, they pronounced him guilty on November 25th of 1988. Bonnie appealed his life sentence, but the North Carolina Supreme Court upheld his conviction in June of 1991. On July 29th of 1994, at around 8:30 in the morning, Bonnie and a fellow inmate escaped from Central Prison through a trash compacting chute and hid in a garbage truck. While it was initially speculated that both had been crushed to death in a trash compactor during their escape attempt, the two men had stolen a car and driven to Hampton Beach. Thankfully, Bonnie was captured by police 4 days later and offered no resistance. He explained the escape had been a spontaneous idea, and that his main motivation had been to visit the grave of his late mother, whose funeral will... Dude, that's awesome. Can you imagine escaping jail? If you had the option, honestly, if you were in jail for like 50 years, for the rest of your life or whatever, would you try and escape, even if that... Well, honestly, what would be the downside of trying to escape? Well, they're going to put you in a jail longer? You escaped jail last month. Oh my god. I'm tattletaling. He explained the escape had been a spontaneous idea, and that his main motivation had been to visit the grave of his late mother, whose funeral he was unable to attend. He also said he visited the... Man, I am seeing things. Holy crap. He also said he wished to visit the grave of his daughter, Kathy, in order to offer an apology for his ultimate and unforgivable failure to protect her from himself. Oh shit, guys. Well, listen, I gotta go to bed. It's gonna be going on 4 a.m. here, and it's probably best I'll just record the rest of this tomorrow, but thank you guys for chilling. We're almost on 4 hours here. Love you, appreciate you. I will be back streaming probably this weekend at some point. Well, how much? Hold on a second. Let's see how much this next story. How long is this next one? Hold on. Let's see. Move aside. Well, alright, one more. What do you guys say? One more? Don't leave yet. I'm gonna piss. I'm gonna take my magnesium. I'm gonna come back. We're gonna read this last one, then we'll get to bed. I think this one will be quick anyways, so. Uno mas. You got it. BRB.
We try to burn it through the night. Whoa.
What was that? What was that band called? Like Bat Country or like? Do you guys remember that one? A7X. Yeah, what was that band called? Avenged Seven. It's just so funny. There's so many bands like that, man. I mean, some of them are like nostalgic at this point, but holy shit, some of them were so cringe at the time. But honestly, I do go pretty hard to Creed. Like, how could you not? Please hold up, and I'm falling around, and I scream out, heaven save me, and one last breath. And in my sin, I said, let them sound. Here we go, guys. This next story is about Edward Clock. In January of 1999, two brothers from South Florida, James and David... Man, dude. Why does my voice quack? I'm going through freaking puberty every goddamn time. Hold me now. Hold me now. Dude, that's what I need to do. I'm 100% gonna sign myself up for singing lessons with like a person. Even if I suck, I at least want to know that I suck. You know what I mean? I want to know that someone tried to teach me how to do it and I fucking suck, you know? "6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking, where you 6 feet ain't so far now." Do you think like just a normal, good talking, reading voice would somehow transfer over to a good singing voice? Because I don't know. Anytime I've ever tried it, it's like, all I ever get is like, keep your day job, bro. Keep your day job. And it's like, maybe I just don't have like the instinct for it. But at the same time, I didn't, the same thing was said with reading, so. What music do I like? Techno. In January of 1999, two brothers from South Florida, James and David Adams, ventured into the Big Cypress Swamp for what they expected to be a routine hunting trip. The Big Cypress, a sprawling wilderness of cypress strands, sawgrass marshes, and pine flatwoods, was familiar territory for the pair. So armed with rifles and riding an ATV, they drove out deep into the swamps to hunt deer and small game. But what began as a simple day trip spiraled into a 6-day nightmare that tested the limits of both their endurance and their sanity. Things started to go from wrong when their ATV... Things started to go wrong when their ATV broke down deep in the swamp, miles from any dirt road or highway. To their horror, the usually reliable vehicle's engine suddenly sputtered out, leaving them stranded amid a labyrinth network of muddy waterways and dense vegetation. Back in the late 90s, cell phone reception in such remote areas was spotty at best, meaning it was impossible for brothers to summon assistance. For the brothers. Sisters can do it, brothers, not so much. Slippery Elm. This is my old friend, Slippery Elm. First night of not drinking about 4 months. Thanks, Joel. Helped me get through a rough night. Alone, scared what alcohol can do to the body. Yeah, please break free if you can. It'd be awesome. Just keep going. Find new things. Have you tried hallucinogenics? I just tried like microdosing LSD one time, and it was the highest I'd ever been for like 8 hours, and I did not like it. It wasn't terrible, but it was just like, dude, please, I'm done. I don't want to be high anymore. But it just kept going. It was just like that feeling when you're stoned on weed, but it was where you ask yourself, like, is it going to be this way forever? But it literally was that way all day, forever. Got to train and work them out good regularly and get better. Okay, that makes sense, yeah. There's a base there, just need to get the repetitions in. Used to microdose LSD for months. Months? At a time? So you were just high on microdosing LSD for months at a time? What the fuck? No way, man. You drink 12 tall boys a day, I'm just harming myself. Yeah, don't do that. Do exercise instead. Do go gym. Talk and extend your flow. Don't try and sing. Just let sing-songy words. Talk and extend your flow. Don't try to sing. Just let singy-song your words. I sound like Tobias from fucking Arrested Development. Ha 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 da 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 da. I laugh so hard when like Tobias, like he pretends to be like Mrs. Doubtfire for some reason. And then like he rents like a Austin Powers style like British, vehicle where it's got like the British flag on the top and stuff, like the UK flag or whatever, or I guess English flag, and he's like, oh, this is just like back in the days when I was in Blackstool. He says he's from Blackstool. I don't know why Blackstool just made me laugh so hard. Crazy dealer was making liquid LSD and would just give it to me. Dude, did that fuck you up? Like, did you get like a twitch, or did you get schizophrenia? Did you get anything from it? Like, just doing it all the time like that, doesn't it actually mess your brain up? The Blue Man Group episode. Yeah, the Blue Man Group thing went on forever. It is funny though, like they just like ran, like very early on into season 2, they like ran out of ideas of what was going to be the plan for the family, you know what I mean? So they just gave everyone random, just like Grand Theft Auto style, like side quests. Back in the late 90s, cell phone reception in such remote areas was spotty at best, meaning it was impossible for the brothers to summon assistance. So instead of waiting around and hoping someone stumbled across them by chance, the Addams brothers decided to abandon the ATV and trek back on foot. They later said they assumed they could navigate using the sun, as well as their hard-worn instincts as seasoned outdoorsmen. But the swamp had other plans. In the days prior, heavy rains had swollen the swamp's waterways. Rising water levels erased familiar landmarks and turned even the driest patches of ground into quagmires of knee-deep sludge. The brothers tried their best to maintain both course and composure, but each soon realized that they were hopelessly lost. As dusk fell, the temperature plummeted, and in a rare cold snap for the usually balmy South Florida, that night's temperatures dripped. No, dude. What's up, James? Welcome back. I've noticed any longer-lasting effects personally, but I already had DID, so it's hard to notice if anything's weird or wrong anyways. Just like screaming it. Loading a bowel. You're about to smoke a bowel. As dusk fell, the temperature plummeted, and in a rare cold snap for the usually balmy South Florida, that night's temperatures dipped into the 40s. Wearing only light hunting gear, James and David had no jackets or blankets to keep themselves warm, and instead huddled together under a cypress tree, shivering as the damp air seemed to seep into their bones. When darkness arrived, the swamp came alive with unsettling sounds. The brothers heard the guttural bellows of alligators, the rustling of skittering nutrias. Nutrias? What the fuck is a nutria? What the hell is that? What is that thing? A capybara? Like a muskrat? That's a muskrat, bro. That ain't a nutria. A koipu? In the regions of the U.S., particularly Louisiana and the South, they refer to as swamp rats. I was gonna say, bro, that's a swamp rat. The brothers heard the guttural bellows of alligators, the rustle of skittering swamp rats, and the constant drip of the ever-rising water. James later recalled hearing a loud splash nearby. Convinced it was a gator sizing them up, he grabbed his rifle and tried to remain calm. But every snap of a twig sent spasms of fear through the brothers' guts as their minds raced with thoughts of what lurked in the dark. On the second day, hunger and thirst set in. The two brothers quickly ran out of what little food and water they'd brought along and, in desperation, resorted to sipping from pools of stagnant brown swamp water. They gagged at the taste of rotten decay, but knowing dehydration would kill them far quicker than any germ or parasite, they drank it all the same. As they walked, their boots grew heavy with mud and their legs ached from wading through the mire. Mosquitoes swarmed relentlessly, leaving welts on their exposed skin as they tried and failed to swat them away. At one point, David, the younger of the two brothers, started to exhibit signs of severe fatigue. James urged him on, but he too was beginning to falter. They needed a route out of the swamp, and they needed it soon. And on the third day, James and David stumbled across an old hunter's camp. It was little more than a rotting wooden platform half submerged in the water, and there were no supplies to be scavenged. But since it offered a brief respite from the endless sea of mud and slime, the two brothers decided to rest a while. They tried to start a fire with soggy twigs and a lighter James carried with him, but the damp... You know you can smoke catnip? Bro, how many drugs were you doing? Why are you doing so many? Eventually you just need to say, okay, I tried them. We're good. Always have a lighter. Good idea. They tried to start a fire with soggy twigs and a lighter James carried with him, but the damp wood refused to catch. They endured, but as darkness fell, so did the rains. That night, a storm rolled in, soaking them to the core and flooding their makeshift shelter. The rising water forced them back into the swamp, where they clung to tree roots to avoid being swept away. James later said that he thought they'd drown right there, swallowed by the swamp, and began doubting if they'd ever get out alive. On day 4, exhaustion and hypothermia began taking a brutal toll. The brothers' pace. Sorry. You're smoking catnip? Did he actually smoke catnip? Yeah, what the hell? Save that for your kitty. Literally, that would be funny to get high with your cat. Yeah, I guess you could use hair, to start your fire. Oh man, fucking dude, I would die so fast in the woods. I would just be out for an hour on a hike and just die of exposure. They would find me riddled with ticks. The brothers' pace slowed to a crawl, with each step becoming a battle against both the sucking mud and their own failing bodies. David's lips turned blue, and he began mumbling incoherently as signs of delirium set in. His brother, terrified of losing him in the vastness of the swamp, tied their belts together in order to keep him close. They'd stopped talking about rescue. Survival was now about enduring from one hour to the next. And that night, they heard a helicopter in the distance. It was part of a search effort launched by their family after they failed to return, but to the brother... Dude, there's no way that... Oh my god, can you imagine seeing a search helicopter and it misses you? I don't see him. Just keep going. They made chili back at the HQ. We gotta get back. It was part of a search effort launched by their family after they failed to return. But to the brothers' horror and frustration, the swamp's canopy was too thick for the chopper to see them, and the sound faded away. Day 5 brought a dim flicker of hope. The brothers found a patch of higher and thus drier ground. Then with trembling hands they managed to spark a small fire using some grass and the last of James's lighter fluid. The smoke was thin, but they took turns feeding the fire, praying that it would be enough to draw the attention of search and rescue teams. And because their time was running out. The brothers' bodies were breaking down. James's feet were raw from trench foot, and David was so weak he could barely stand. Both were gaunt, their faces hollowed out by hunger, and as the swamp began to sense their weakness, its wildlife grew bolder. James said at one point he spotted the eyes of what he could only assume was an alligator, reflecting the glow of their firelight. He aimed his rifle, readying himself for the beast to attack, but fortunately it did not approach. On the morning of the 6th day, January 14th of 1999, a rescue helicopter finally spotted the brothers' faint smoke signal. The pilot, part of a coordinated search involving swamp buggies, airboats, and dozens of volunteers, hovered over the clearing as James waved weakly with tears of joy and relief streaming down his face. Ropes were dropped before medics hoisted the brothers aboard. They were skeletal, dehydrated and hypothermic, their core temperatures having dropped dangerously low. Paramedics wrapped them in blankets. Kitty cat, what's up, dude? Damn, I need to stream way earlier. What am I doing, bro? This is so stupid of me. Can you imagine the feeling of being saved? That'd be so sick. It would suck to have, almost died the other parts, but just that feeling of, being saved must be like holding your piss in for maybe 12 hours and then finally getting to piss right when you think that your penis is about to explode. No worries. Where's my cat at? He came down just a second ago, and now he's over having sex with a blanket. He's moved on to greener pastures. Creamier pastures. Paramedics. Man. Paramedics wrapped them in blankets, using IVs to pump fluids into their veins as they were rushed to a hospital in nearby Naples. It was there that doctors marveled at their tale of survival. 6 days with no food, with only tainted water to drink, not to mention exposure to the elements in a swamp teeming with predators. All in all, it was nothing short of a miracle that the Addams brothers were still alive. James and David recovered physically, though the mental scars lingered. James later told reporters, "I thought we were gator food. Every night I heard them out there, waiting." Their story became a local legend, a testament to human resilience and a stark reminder of the Big Cypress Swamp's unforgiving nature. And for those 6 days, it wasn't just a landscape. It was a living, breathing adversary that almost claimed their lives. Alright, guys. Get ready for me to disappear here, because I gotta go quick, but we're gonna read this outro firstest. Google. My favorite website, Google. But you guys gotta think of something funny for me to say. It's gotta be actually funny. If it's not funny, oh my gosh, who knows what I'll do. I feel like I knew it at some point. You have to guess. No, nobody tell him. What am I doing tomorrow morning? I guess editing and stuff. Usually I just, like, on the days of the release, I edit and maybe get some food and then go to the gym. Maybe hang out with people, who knows. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you've got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations, located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, speak to the cheeks. That's a good guess, Vitality. You've got it right. Should become a member. I think we've been watching it for nearly 10 years now. That's crazy. Yeah, you should do it. There's a lot of bonus content now that you can binge, catch up on. If I pay, do I get to see what you look like? You get to see my feet and my chocolate starfish. Alright guys, I gotta go to sleepers. Thank you for blessing me with the ability to do this YouTube thing. It changed my life. You guys rock. And I will see you in the next one. We'll get this up on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there for early access to all new audio that comes out. So be sure to get that. It's $1 a month or $10 a year. Otherwise, we'll get it up on YouTube. Same time, same place, 9 p.m. EST. There's a new podcast out now. If you haven't checked that out, if you haven't listened to the Let's Read podcast, it's all these stories that are remastered and better. Okay. See ya.